It's clobbering time!
What is wrong with you?
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's clobbering time! Clobberanimo!
Greetings, clobberers, clobberanimos, clobberoids, clobberians, clobberooskies, all the other clobberins that are out there, and those aren't clobberers yet. The secret is to bang the rocks together, guys. Clobberanimo! Yes, indeed. Welcome to the clubhouse. Globby's Clubhouse, number 95 on Clobberin Times, number 632 on YouTube, and of course, overall 1,682 shows here. And so not too far from retirement, Eric K. So good to see you, my friends. Welcome for some clubhouse fun. I want to thank everyone who joined me last night. What a great time it was, including the great Mark D with the C popping in. It was always fun, always great.
Always fun, yep.
On the wild card Wednesday night. And of course, it's been fun all over the place, including last Saturday night. What a great group you all were. And Monday was great as well. So it's always great with you guys popping in. So without further ado, let me introduce the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, the amazing Commander R.M. Briggs. What is up?
I love you. That is such a warm and kind and thoughtful welcome. Hello, best friend. I've missed you. I know it's only been a couple of days, but I'm excited about tonight. Hail to the chat. Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited about this evening because Mark and Clobby are going to do a little chittity chat about that Blue Beetle. Some people are coming back with some very different views on it. We have another great episode of Tales of Tomorrow, and I've been seeing all of your tweets on X, all of your posts on X, formerly known as Twitter. So I know you're all
little adult rated.
Weird.
Sorry.
Yeah, so everyone's excited about this week's Tales of Tomorrow. And then, of course, we have UFO, Reflections in the Water. This is one of the best science fiction television shows ever. And it's got a little bit of Element, a little bit of James Bond, a little spy. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then the grand poobah of all geekdom, the best boss ever, Captain, my captain, is teaching us all, taking us through a wonderful journey on Star Trek Early Voyages. That's right, folks. We are reviewing actual comics, and it is glorious. So action-packed tonight. We're going to have a ball. So howdy ho. Howdy ho there, neighbor. Welcome. Let's do it.
Indeediousness. What? What'd I do? Oh, I did something wrong. Damn it.
Oh,
Well,
you never do
usual.
anything wrong. You're the captain.
Ugh, that's true. It's
It's the
always
crew
your
that
fault.
messes up.
Any opening words, Mr. Chief Engineer?
Oh, great to be here. Hailed everyone in the chat. Looking forward to another great evening with my two buds here. And I guess I did leave work early to see the Blue Beetle. We all have to make sacrifices for YouTube. Raquel didn't make that sacrifice though, but we'll get to talk about that. And yeah, we got a really good. Spoiler alert. I thought the Tales of Tomorrow was really good episode, and great episode of UFO to cover, and another great comic to cover. So we all good stuff tonight. And well, I guess we'll start off with eventually the Blue Beetle. But yeah, glad to be here and give our point of view on the fun time we had in the movie theater this afternoon. Right?
Yeah, that was so much fun. Yeah, what were we saying again?
That put you to sleep.
What?
Boss, I have to interrupt before you guys dig in.
Huh?
Because Alan
We're not
Turing
starting yet.
is
No, we're not starting
asking,
yet, yeah.
I watched Time Leash instead. Which episode list are you guys using? We are using the Fanderson list. So when I originally watched Turing, I watched in the ITV order. And then the second time I watched it, I think I also watched it in ITV order. And Mark suggested, hey, let's do Fanderson. It'll be great fun. Because when you watch something in production order, it usually reveals different things that wouldn't come to light otherwise. So we're using Fanderson order. And I'm so sorry that you watched the wrong one. But you know what?
Sorry.
So flattered that you've joined us in watching it. And then, of course, Clubby, I have something starred from our marvelous friend, Don Power Ranger, that you can look at later.
Okay. Thoughts? Okay, I got it. Well, I can tell you up front, Donnie, I don't know anything about the new Hasbro Entertainment arm, or even leg for that matter. I'm sorry. But I tell you what, if we keep this up here later, maybe
Mark, they're on the Micronauts.
Maybe Mark and I will do some investigating later. How about that?
Yeah.
Get to that. Well, yeah. Thank you, Donnie. Okay, let's see here. Let us do our show notes and shout outs, shall we?
Let's do it.
Right then. Where are we? It's Thursday night. Yeah, it's the Clubhouse. That's right. I want to thank, of course, the great Tom Connors for having me on earlier tonight with that great channel, Midnight Sets After Dark. Tomorrow night, Friday night, I'll be busy in the comic book world on YouTube. Of course, my good buddy J-Man's channel, the great J-Man, and Sean and I will begin reviewing Jack Kirby's Fourth World, and that's going to take some doing.
Can we discuss the quality of this show poster?
He did
amazing.
He did an amazing job on this one.
This is cherry.
Top-notch stuff by the great J-Man himself. He's way better at that sort of thing than I am. Very good, sir.
That's not true. You guys have two different styles, and I enjoy both.
He actually knows how to use Photoshop. I wouldn't know how to use that anyway. I use a crappy phone. But anyway, great stuff, though, J-Man. And then later, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on the I'm a buddy Nick Weiser's Comic Shop show. 32. There was Nick Weiser. The boys and I hope to get to be over there. We're going to be reviewing Timothy Zahn's Star Trek. Let's see. It said Star Trek. I said Timothy Zahn, Star Wars, damn it. Heir to the Empire comic book adaptation. Being my damn. Anyway. And of course, Saturday night, Star Trek is here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Kicking off. Voyager, Star Trek Voyager. Season 2 with 4 more episodes, of course. And as always, please bear in mind, everyone, August is Jack Kirby month, celebrating the king of comics.
It's
and
Gene Roddenberry month.
There'll be some. There's no Clobby left in it, but there'll be plenty of Roddenberry. So
August is special. Great guys we love.
2. But I can't think of a third one. But
Shinkiks.
no whispering on this show. Sunday night, we got the geekery as always. 10 p.m.
Sure,
Central,
yeah.
10 p.m. Eastern. 10 p.m. Eastern time, of course. And unfortunately, sometimes the geekery turns into the eatery and makes you all hungry. Not my fault.
Never gets
I'm making
old.
pulled pork this weekend.
Yeah, hungry.
I love these show posters. Not only are they quality, but Sunday night eatery.
Batman does not eat nachos. And then there's then back hanging as I do 3 times a month with my great J-Man buddy again on his channel Monday nights, 6 p.m. standard time. Sean and J-Man and myself chronicling every adventure of the Legion of Superheroes throughout the Silver and Bronze Age, 1958 to 1983, reviewing 3 issues at a time. Really, just man, I'm enjoying this so much. Can't wait. So. Shout outs. Of course, we shout out our fantastic wrenches, such as the great Eric K., the Bronze Wrencher. Hey, buddy.
Evening, baby. Kiss Kirby for me.
Yes, indeed, sir. The vindicated wrench of the great White North, the extraordinary Chris Persia. Thank you for all you do, buddy.
Thank you, sweetheart. I saw the show poster this evening, splashed all over social media. Thank you for doing that for Clobby, my loyal friend, our loyal friend. You fab, baby. Love you.
There's a man that can make a show poster, let me tell you that. And of course, the great D. Bud Martin, the wrench of Lord Thoth, God of the Wrenches, and his wonderful consort, Lady Thoth.
And little Lance.
Avon lives, long live the Legion.
Here, here.
The aforementioned Wrench Without Fear, the great J-Man, my partner in crime on Earth B, and fellow Legionnaire reviewer extraordinaire.
Mm-hmm.
Always appreciate you, buddy. Please go to his channel. Master of the Clabboni, comic artist extraordinaire in his own right and painter of the cover of the great R.M. Briggs's Science Fiction Tales.
Yeah. Thanks, HB.
Stephen Cal-El, buddy.
Real soup.
Real soup, indeed. Maddie's daddy, wielder of wrench Mjolnir, and Thor in Vegas.
Love it.
Fanty Outsider E, the rascally Wrenchy himself. And Clobbering Time's own Music Maestro.
Maximum Redstone.
The Redstone man. All right, buddy. And they are they. Let's see who is also here with us in the chat right now up in here. Up in here.
Yes,
I got to pull the chat back a little bit.
Only for the up in here.
Up in here. Well, I got to run this thing back. There we go. Hey. Penny's here. Hey, Penny.
Hey, good evening, sweetheart.
Good to see you, my dear. Lemon pie. What's up, lemon pie? Michael Beacom. What's up, brother?
Good evening, Michael Beacom and Cassandra Beacom. What a lovely couple.
And Cassandra. Indeediousness. Don Ranger Power. Yo ho ho.
Nice to see you, Don.
Good to see you, buddy. Keely Chow, rolling that tide. Dave G. Sound.
Not just another body of water.
Picasso. Making me miss my old theme song, buddy. You know, the girls would turn the color of an avocado when he'd ride down the street in his Eldorado. He was only 5'3", but girls could not resist his stare. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. Nope. Not like you. Not in New York. Sorry. Not sorry. I miss it, man. I miss it. I wish I was awake and just let them say, look, can I pay you guys like $5? Let me play that song every night. It got old, though. You know. Brian Hepburn.
Good evening, Brian.
Sean Carter.
Sean Carter from Mars.
What's up, buddy?
He sent the NX01 to me. And I cannot wait to get it. I'm so excited. I can't even deal. If you're not following Sean Carter from Mars, you need to follow Sean Carter from Mars. If we could ask to have his URL to his YouTubers, that'd be great.
Indeediousness.
Sci-fi model guy.
All righty.
Thank you.
Let me find some more names here. Captain Infinity and Beyond. Wow, look at that. Blue Beetle 3 out of 10, generous review. Exactly. They screwed with Kirby. They can F themselves. Nice. That's what I say. The OMAC thing was a disgrace, and what they did to Ted Cord was a disgrace. We'll get to that in a minute.
You got one of the nicest guys, one of the most
Well
positive
done.
guys in all of geek and nerddom to say something nasty. He almost used the F word. You almost made Jason use the F word. Boy, that movie must have sucked.
2 seconds in, when I saw the OMAC thing, I wanted to throw something. Okay, let's see here. Bit of Doc Fortune.
Good
Hello
evening,
there.
Doc Fortune. Doc Fortune, I saw your comment earlier on this evening that you've been not feeling well lately, and that you're hanging out with us makes you feel better. Well, you know what? That's a heck of a compliment, and I just want you to know that that you are our friend, and we think about you. And so anybody who wants to send a hug or just a pat on the back to our friend Doc Fortune, he's a little down in the dumps. He isn't feeling too well, and likes hanging out with us. And what a huge compliment. And we're honored to be your friend.
Well, thank you. Good to see you, Doc. Doc Fortune, hope you feel better, buddy. The lovely ladies are here. I love it when the ladies are here.
Yeah.
Princess Fiona.
Send a curtsy. Send a curtsy.
Good to see you, Princess. Let's see.
It's stress. Oh, you're stressed out. Yeah.
Oh,
Stress, Doc Fortune, that's one of the worst to try and deal with, isn't it? It's like everybody's telling you to just relax. Well, how do you relax? Life is so busy. There's so much crap going on all the time. The newspaper headlines, the work, the bills. It's easier said than done. Sprinkling that, just relax around. It doesn't really work. So I'm glad that you're here and you can take a load off here and relax a little bit.
indeedishness. Agreed, J-Man, buddy. We got the same review. I like Dave C.
Dave!
All right, buddy. Touring machine. Hey.
Yeah, I
What?
Turing
What?
was saying that according to the Fanderson that we got the episode wrong this week.
What's the next episode supposed to
I
be?
don't know. I'm gonna go and check, but I want
No, it's
Turing to
Remember,
know.
we didn't. Remember, we were going to review one last week. It didn't do it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
so Reflections in the Water. And I did
Reflections
post
in
to
the
the
water.
community tab, but way too
But
late
what's-
for
No, I know
to do
that's
it
this
earlier.
week.
Yeah.
But we were doing it last week and didn't do it. Remember? So
That's
what was
right.
after?
Yeah.
What's after Reflections of the Water? Is what I'm asking.
Let me go get that now.
All right.
I'm checking right now. Yep. So it should be
Cassandra.
I hate that we do that.
well, it's basically Prod Order right now.
It
so
is
it should
proud order,
be.
yeah.
So Time we've got 3 left. Time Lash,
Mhm.
Mindbender, and the Long Sleep.
Yeah. So
the
time.
last
they
one.
don't-
You did the right one. It's just that we didn't get to. Have you already watched Touring Machine? Have you already watched Reflections in the Water though? Because that was before Time Lash, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
And we did that last week. We just didn't get to review it because of
because of
something I
Clubby's birthday.
was
Yeah, 'cause-
because Mark's birthday or something like that. Whatever it was.
No,
So
it's
someone
Clubby's
decided to
Thought it was Mark.
to ambush the stream with all those guests.
I think it was
Yeah,
Mark's
so-
birthday or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, you
Your
took it on
mo-
the chin. I was so proud of you.
Yeah.
It was like I appreciated every minute of it. Come on now, I loved it.
I know.
Yeah.
I love you, honey.
Love y'all. Your Muslim uncle. What's up, dude? Let's
Good
see.
evening.
Steve Pennant watching Invisible Enemy episode 1 of Doctor Who Tom Baker's season with my dinner. I like that episode. One of the first ones was K9. One of the early ones. I think that was the beginning of K9, if I'm not mistaken, buddy. But with my dumb memory, I don't trust it anymore. So, Claude Selling, hey there.
Good evening,
There's
Claude.
there's
How are
the
you?
Maximum Redstone's here.
Maximum Redstone.
Hey, buddy. I mean, you got shouted out anyway, but I'm glad you're here. Larry.
Larry.
All the Larrys
A
are here.
man so nice, you should say his name twice, but it ought to be thrice. Larry, I love you. How you doing, sweetheart? Folks, if you don't know who Larry is, he's a very special gentleman, a very sweet and kind person who's out there supporting independent art, independent creation, independent content, independent authors. He stands behind this community. He's so generous with his heart, his brain. He knows so much about geekdom and nerddom, and he's also one of those people who really puts his money where his mouth is, not only friendship wise, but in the stuff he buys, and he chooses non-corporate. So I just want to shout out this marvelous human being, because this is a cool guy. So it's good to see you, Larry.
Hell yeah. Good to see you there, buddy. I'm glad you're here. Apollo Bay's Minion. Hope that pupper's doing good.
And the pepperoni.
Oops. I don't have the picture anymore. Sorry, I don't have it's on the old computer. Sorry, dude.
I'll have to upload it. Yeah.
Matthew Pounder.
What's
up, buddy? Good to see you. John Rupus Shaggy. Reggie? Ruby's here. The Tetrarch of Apathy cares.
So
What's up?
Apathetic.
Yes, not at all. Not in the least. Alaric Harrison, good to see you.
Alaric.
Thank you for those words, and I appreciate
And you love UFO? That makes me so happy.
Nice, yeah. Let's see. Mugby says, was explaining who Jack Kirby was to Cassandra earlier. Related how a young me was shocked when Namor makes the John Wick level mistake of stealing Reed Richards' lady. I hate when they were doing that. Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. Let's see. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Shooter's here.
Pew, pew,
Hey,
pew.
Shooter.
Speaking of cool
Hey.
guys who supports, he's out supporting independent authors and creators as well. He's a wonderful guy, and another guy with great opinions on nerddom and geekdom. Heck of a dude. Welcome, Shoot.
Indeedishness. Shall we just do a little quick a few words on Blue Beetle?
Yeah, and I'm interested. Like, I'm glad that you two aren't face to face. But I hope that it's some sort of knockdown, drag out fight. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be wonderful.
I doubt we have one this time.
Be as harsh as possible. No, I'm kidding. Just have fun. And now I'm going to be quiet because I didn't watch Blue Beetle.
Very true, J-Man. It did take a dump on Dan, Ted, and Kirby. It really took a dump on Jaime, really. I didn't really handle him that well either, to be honest. But yeah, if you care that sort of thing.
Cassandra's here.
Hey, Cassandra.
She's here. She's in the chat. Hey, sweetness. She says, I am a lifelong student to geek. At least from I do until death do we part. Cassandra, it is so good to see you. Can I just take a second to personally thank you? I know I already thanked you on my Patreon, but I just want to publicly thank you because, you're here. Thank you so much for my book, for my UFO book. I'm enjoying it more than I can ever say. And there's no way that I could have got that book in Canada. It's ridiculous, the pricing. So it was incredibly thoughtful of you. And I just want you to know, like, how grateful I am. Thank you, sweet lady.
Thank you both for that. Unreal.
Bush pen down.
Stuff.
And only read that wearing gloves, Raquel.
That is correct, Mark.
Correct.
Correct.
All right. So let's see. What have we got going on up in here tonight? All right. Okay. So there's a movie out in theaters. Some of you may or may not have heard of it. It's called Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is
the end.
He got kind of there you go. He got kind of the character himself, just to get a little bit of background on him. They got kind of he almost got turned into a generational type character much later down after he started back in the 40s. One of the things notable about the character of Blue Beetle was the great King Jack Kirby's one of his first art jobs was, his very first art job on the superhero quote type of character was on the Blue Beetle under the name of Charles Nichols or something like that. But I think it didn't do it under Jack Kirby's name. It was before he became Jack Kirby. But that's a side note. That's nothing really to do much of anything. But then in the 60s, Charlton Comics, Steve Ditko did his own iteration. Now, this was very common a lot of comics in the Silver Age, they would take over some old Golden Age character, completely different name, change his origin quite a bit, but keep, I mean, different identity, I should say, but keep his superhero nom de plume and all that, whatever. So don't show that Max Lord crap. What's wrong with you?
I was typing.
Nah, that's fine. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so
Agonizer, please.
what happened was you had the Dan Garrett Blue Beetle of the Golden Age, who eventually the Scarab actually found him at some point. And this Scarab that he found gave him more like something like superpower, magical abilities, or what have you. And when Ted Cord character, because the quality characters in the Fox characters, a lot of characters went public domain. The name was up for grabs, the Blue Beetle, and so Steve Ditko created a character that for some reason the Scarab wouldn't work on Ted Cord, so he used the name, but he created gadgets for his crime fighting adventures. And this was, of course, in the 60s.
That. The movie at least follows that. Yeah,
it does follow that. So and so does the comics later. In the early 80s, those Charlton characters, which your big ones would be, of course, Blue Beetle, Captain Atom, the Question, Judo Master, Peacemaker, Nightshade. Those would be the main ones. Were all characters that Charlton was pretty much gone. DC at that time, Dick Giordano, famous DC artist, inker, and later publisher, editor, was fond of those characters, and so he was trying to get buy those characters when a guy named Alan Moore was creating a comic called Watchmen, and he wanted to use the Charlton characters to do Watchmen. Well, a few people who kind of liked the characters said, no, we're going to buy these characters up and use them, so make up your own characters. So the Watchmen characters from the masterpiece, the 20th century masterpiece by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons, Watchmen, were initially intended by Moore and Gibbons to be the Charlton characters. So that's a little background on them, but instead, DC gave them a few of them their own series, including Blue Beetle, the Ted Cord Blue Beetle. Got his own series, lasted, I don't know how many, 30, 40, 50-ish. Ballpark, I don't really know how long, but he became fairly, not like your most popular characters in the DC universe or anything, but he became fairly well liked in the DC universe. He joined the Justice League. He became a pretty popular character throughout the 80s and the 90s. Then in the early 2000s, he wasn't around that much. And at some point, some jackass, I'm not going to say names, decided to murder him. So they had Maxwell Lord just flat blow his head off, which they used that as a catalyst for Wonder Woman to kill Cord.
Yep.
And so
his neck.
And they really wanted to go a different way. They wanted to make another Blue Beetle. Let's pass it down to someone else. And they passed it down to a character. I think Keith Giffen and Cully Hammer created a character called he's going to be Blue Beetle, of course, but he's Jaime Reyes, and the whole point with Jaime was that the Scarab, an origin they would definitely fiddle with and change later.
Wasn't there a guy in between that was able to Dan Garrett control the Scarab?
Yeah, Dan Garrett couldn't, but Corden couldn't. But Dan Garrett was still part of the story, and now Jaime can control the Scarab, of course. And it actually, it bonded with him, and everyone knows all that. And now most of that's in the movie. Now, Jaime, again, because I wasn't reading a lot of DC at the time, because they can go screw themselves for what they did to Ted Cord, I didn't really care about Jaime. Nothing personal, I just didn't really care, because we all know why they changed him. We all know that they just did it to make it, to make for
more modern audiences.
Right. I don't really like the term race change. I'm more of a fan of the human race, personally. However, that's what some would call it. And it was done, absolutely it was premeditated. But it's fine. Thank you, your Mar's uncle, for the member chat after 10 months. He says, prayers for the souls of King Kirby and Gene Roddenberry. Oh, well, absolutely. Absolutely. Hello there, Susan Eckstein. Good to see you. Welcome to Clobbering Times.
Hello, Suzanne.
Always nice to have someone new pop in. It's great. So basically, Blue Beetle, this comic, it wasn't like super big either. It was around for a while.
The comic.
Yeah, it didn't do that great or anything, but I just never really read his comic, no, for no particular reason. And then when I was my beloved, my fantastic, lovely Batman the Brave and the Bold cartoon came out in 2008, and Aime was featured on there, and I became a fan of the character on that. At least I liked him. I thought he was well done. He's very likable, and that was that pretty much. Then about a couple of years back, it was announced that they were doing a movie. I didn't think much of it. Hey, Scribe Light, good to see you there.
Hey, Scribe Light. Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Suzanne, Eckstein, you just said that you're evacuating. Where are you evacuating from? Are you evacuating from the Northwest Territories right now? Are you somewhere where it's burning down?
Oh my!
If you are, or if you're in Maui, you're probably in Northwest Territories just above me here in Alberta. I don't like to interrupt my captain, but I just want you to know that my heart is with you and that I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. And I heard that the plane fares are absolutely insane. They've been jacked up. People are reporting on social media the plane fares have been jacked up to insane levels. I just want you to know that I'm so sorry. I hope you don't lose your home or any of the things that are dear to you. Please evacuate safely. And I just want you to know that everyone in Alberta is just rooting for you. And we're so sorry for what's happening up there in NWT. Yeah, and thank you for joining us and for coming out of lurk mode to wave and let us know what's going on and to say hi. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for supporting our show. I wish I could find the words to make it better for you, Suzanne.
Wow.
What you're going through is hell.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry about that, Suzanne. Be safe.
Be safe, sweet lady.
Yes, and it's lovely to meet you. Please stop by again.
Claudia.
All right, no, nothing but something. Glad you did that, and I hope you will drop in again sometime and say hi. Be very safe out there, you and your family. Best wishes, and everyone in the chat, please wish Suzanne and her family the best.
God bless. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to. I'm almost finished. Just to give a little bit, I wanted to give some background to the character before we got to the movie. And so about a couple of years back, when they announced they were doing a film, I of course was just getting the YouTube. Maybe I've been around a little while, and one of my dearest friends on YouTube, one of my best friends that I made on YouTube, when I came here about 3 years ago now, is of course the great Paulie at Latino Slant, and he covers a lot of these things about Latino actors and Latino entertainment and all that stuff. And so, but he's not like big on comics and stuff. So I was fortunate enough to go hang out with him over the past couple of years here and there when he would cover it. Once in a while, we would talk about the character and the progress and things going on. So it's been a big deal to him and a big deal to a lot of people for the past couple of years. So here it is. It's finally out. And before I continue with that, JT Kirk, what's up, buddy?
Hey, JT.
And Larry. Yeah, buddy, good to see you. And Larry has a member chat from I'm 10 months too. Well, yes. Ted Cord Blue Beetle. So the movie's finally out. And it's actually obviously its actual release date is technically tomorrow, but I mean it's all out. It's out everywhere today and the past couple of days, really. And by the way, just to let everyone know, our good buddy Paulie has been doing several events over the course of the week. He enjoyed it, so there's one positive review right there. We don't always agree on stuff, but I wanted some fairness to be done that is a good buddy of ours who enjoyed the movie. And it's an opinion, like that. An opinion I respect. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I went to see it, and I'll tell you, about somewhere close to, because it's over a 2.5-2 hour movie, somewhere about an hour or so in, and they gotta learn how to start trimming these superhero movies. But anyway, somewhere after about an hour in, though, is when I started to realize, there was stuff like immediately that pissed me off. Don't get me wrong, and I'm going to get to those. But after about an hour or a little over an hour in, I started to get the realization is they are not going to do even the character of Jaime justice, because he's clueless. Now he's supposed to be clueless in the early bits of the film. Fine. It dawned on me that this is not a movie about Blue Beetle, regardless whether it be Jaime or Dan or Ted. It's not about any of them. This movie is about not only I don't do politics here, but I'll just say it. Not only the socio-political agenda, rhetoric, propaganda of the director, but it's also about the family, which dovetails into that agenda. This is not a movie about Jaime discovering the armor. That's in the film, but it becomes very clear that, because at this point in the movie, I'm like, okay, the family, we get it. It's very important to the character, but we're done with him shouldn't we be done with him for now? But the fact is, this movie never lets go. It's all about the family. He does nothing. They rescue his ass. They do all the ass kicking, and I'm not kidding. This is not a spoiler thing, folks. I'm not going to go into any deep spoilers. Don't mess with grandma. This movie continually focuses on Jaime's family.
Wow.
And personally, if I go see a movie called, I don't know, Superman or Spider-Man or Batman or Iron Man or Blue Beetle.
Or what if you want to watch The Witcher?
Or The Witcher. There's one if you want to call me a little old-fashioned. Just a little. But that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
And obviously, look, all characters have their supporting casts, and they're used accordingly. At first, George Lopez is an unfunny jackass. He's terrible. He's intolerable throughout the movie.
Aquafina was much better.
Well, I can't argue. Almost can't argue with that. He's that bad. So but the rest of the family, I get it. Why they need to be there for the first quarter or so of the film. That's important because this is a very family-oriented character. Even although in the comics he was mostly with his buddies, right? And his sister and friends. He wasn't with his family all the time. They were there, I guess, but not like this, by the way. So it got really to a point. I'm like, am I ever going to see this character grow? I want to see him fly off in the outfit and start learning how to do things. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? He never does in his whole damn movie. I defy you to name one cool thing that Jaime does in the movie. One. I'll take one. Give me anything.
When he jumps off
Jaime?
the roof.
Jaime
Reyes. And that's actually a plot point in the movie. When he jumps off the roof, I thought that was cool.
Fair enough. That was borderline okay. I'm going to give a point to Mark. He jumps off the roof because it was dopey, but I get it. It was kind of a rip off of that stupid. It was a rip off of that stupid Shazam bit. Too. But this was the suit, though.
Yeah, it's a suit. But this, not doing
a superhero jumped off a roof.
At that point, he doesn't know if he's going to live because that symbiote alien that controls the costume, the superhero suit, he's not sure if it's going to. He tries to jump up normally, right? Okay. He's not sure if it's going to. He could just turn it on himself yet.
Yeah.
And so he tries to jump up in the air a couple of times to, trying to get a few laughs, And then he says, "I'll jump off," and they're like, "Are you sure about that?" No, and he does it, kind of like that scene in one of those stupid recent Shazam movies. And that was like, okay, it's a fair cop. That was mildly amusing, and it worked. But still, he's just helpless. I want to track back to one thing because I'm going to have this over to Mark in a minute. The movie opens up with, as soon as the opening credits, we find out. By the way, Susan Sarandon is playing Ted Kord's crazy sister. Ted Kord's crazy
sister. Yeah, sister, right?
But in the comic, it was his crazy uncle. But in this, I think it's that might be his aunt. Either way, they swapped. But anyway, so they're showing this tech that she's got on. They're showing all this tech for Kord, Beetle, and for Kord Industries, and they're showing OMAC. OMAC tech that she's using. For those who know Kirby, there was a DC comic in the 70s called OMAC, which meant One Man Army Corps. One Man Army Corps. I say again, One Man Army Corps. And then it was Brother Eye and all this other crap. I know it was abused later.
They use the modern day stuff.
But she's got this guy that she gives this like this stupid Pacific Rim suit to, like Jaeger suit to him. And she wants to create an army of OMACs. Let me get this. Let me put that out there. One Man Army Corps. She wants an army of one-man armies. One Man Army Corps. Susan, what's up, Dave Bob? Anyway.
Hey,
So right
I
there,
said, Dave Bob's here.
See. So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, why are we involving OMAC in this? It's just, I know they misused him later with some of that Max Lord stuff.
Well, they did have a whole army of OMACs later, but that's the
right.
A whole army of Umox? Quark would love that.
Which was so stupid when they did that. But this one, the no bin boxer, it's just crap. No, that was just a side thing. By the way, they never give Kirby. Kirby's name is in the special thanks bit at the end of the credits, but they never give him any special credit for that. Quick question, Clobby: did the scarab actually attach itself to Jaime's face like a xenomorph? Yes, it did.
Mm-hmm.
Which was stupid.
It's on my face.
And that whole scene was pretty cringy when it attacks him in his house.
That was actually horror. That was
horror. It was horrible. It was a horror scene. Like, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't make it, fun like it should be in the, not that something attaching to your body should be fun, but it was kind of horrific comparing it to the original comic, if my memory serves. So, and everyone's screaming like nuts. Yeah, but go on with your OMAC. Yeah. Yeah,
Clobby. This is Clobby. Are they drawing from that dumb Brother Eye storyline for the Infinite Crisis shite? Yeah, pretty much. So,
yes.
Anyway, overall, I'm going to just give an overall. After this point, this movie just degenerates into one bunch of silly action sequences. But when they're not in that and dumb action sequences, I got to get that. God, I want that. OMAC, the real deal. I don't have that one.
Interrupt for 2 eggs of a puppy's tail to say that Max
good night,
has
Max.
had enough. He's still recovering, so he can't make it through a full show. He just wants to say goodnight to everyone. Everyone, please say goodnight to Maximum Redstone. Feel
good
better,
night,
Max.
So, when this movie at this point, like an hour or so in, is not spending time with these sequences of telling each other how great they are and how wonderful things are, and yet how horrible and rotten they have things. So we're doing both. But when it's not doing that, it's just being boring. And then the family goes on this adventure with them. They go to Ted Kord's lab, and you get to see that. So there you go. You'll see the picture right there.
Oh, the lab
was Dan Garrett outfit. The lab was cool.
Yeah.
You got the Dan Garrett outfit and the Ted Kord outfit, but guess what? They're not wearing them because they're not in the movie. And they go steal all of Ted's gadgets, including the Beetle. This Beetle ship.
Oh, I love the Beetle ship. But of course, it is his daughter.
But they had to spray paint all over it. Yeah, his daughter brings him to it, which he never had. He never had a daughter, by the way. That's movie crap.
Well, I didn't mind the daughter. She was one of the better
she was
things.
Lovely, but yeah. So, yeah, she was lovely. So anyway, they go up. The movie's just, there's no good villain. Susan Sarandon's collecting a paycheck. She's walking through it. The baddie that she has, that she's holding power over to put the OMAC suit on, he has no personality. Jaime doesn't know how to use the suit until, in fact, he really doesn't, not almost the whole movie. Yeah. Can't use it well, and he can barely communicate with it. And then he has to stop the suit from killing at a couple of points. Then later, it has to stop him from killing. And I almost went into spoiler, didn't I better stop.
Wow, that's okay. I think that's
yeah. I'm stopping with the spoilers right now.
That's not.
I almost went into the spoiler, but this movie is boring and it's annoying because his family are annoying. Again, like I said, you set up some stuff with the family, then you eventually leave the damn family. Yeah, exactly, J-Man. They won't produce weapons, but they use Cord's weapons to defend themselves. I hate that kind of crap.
Oh, superfluous question marks. Not good.
I hate that kind of crap. Even when they do it in good movies like Iron Man, it aggravates me. So, yeah, it's just, again, it's full of a bunch of, I'm not going to go into the wokey, preachy crap. But it is basically, oh, woe is us. And, and the grandma, this is a spoilery, when she takes that weapon and she blasts somebody because she's Grambo. The grandma's a badass.
We can spoil the crap out of that.
Yeah. She takes one of those beams and she fires it at Cord Industry thingy people and goes, "Take that now, imperialists!"
Down with imperialists.
Down with imperialists or some crap. Yeah, this movie's not political at all.
She yells down with imperialists. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is.
And the inference is that Grandma was a revolutionary, and you had to
she was a revolutionary.
Hear about her. Yeah. Wait till you hear about her exploits after.
So I'm gonna turn it over to you, Mark. Basically, this movie is a crashing bore. It dumps all over Ted Cord in the sense that they keep mentioning him all the time, and even in the later sequence that I won't mention, they put it this way: they keep showing you the costume, but that's all. That's all you're gonna get. You're not gonna really get the character, and I think that's somehow great. I give this movie, if we're doing the 1 to 10 scale, I give this movie a 3. And that might be a little strong because Sholo, the kid playing High-Man Blue Beetle, he's really good. I liked him in Cobra Kai. He's very well cast. He does a good job with what he has, but they take everything away from him and make it all about his stupid family. They're annoying. I don't go to see a superhero movie to see a Scooby Gang. And it seems how movies and TV, so more often than not, have to add a Scooby Gang to the character. He's got to have a bunch of sidekicks. So yeah, Mark, take it away.
Yeah, well, you did a nice job of recapping that. They did take the OMAC project from the newer stuff.
Yes,
Brainiac 13, and I know you don't read newer comics, and that led to Infinite Crisis, which led to. Yeah, so what they did, they were trying to convert everyone to OMAX to take over the world with Brother Eye, and the Batman and Max Lord.
But they don't even try that here.
Yeah, they don't try that, but that was just basically they're trying to use this as RoboCop, make like a RoboCop. It's almost like a takeoff on that in some ways. And Dave mentioned Greatest American Hero, and that I did get that vibe from the movie, and you should get that from Jaime Reyes becoming Blue Beetle in the beginning. Yeah. So the movie opens him. And this is not a spoiler. I mean, it's in the previews and stuff. He's graduated from Gotham U. This is just setting it up. And he's coming down the escalator. And he puts on his graduation cap. I'm like, to meet his family.
God.
I'm like, what kid would put there's no kid in high heaven that would put his graduation cap on in the middle of the airport.
How about when he looks back at the guy, old man behind him, and says, "How do I look?" He says, like somebody who's 6 figures in debt.
Yeah, so right away they started with knocking the American dream and going to college and when you want to have an uplifting start. And I was wondering if that was supposed to be
this so prevalent right now. Like I don't understand it. This seems to be this is like a common refrain right now, and I find it terrifying. You guys both know that I grew up very poor. Like when I say poor, like people don't understand abject poverty, and yet I've always sought knowledge. I've always sought wisdom. I've always sought edification. Why are we starting to now create this social environment where people are pressuring one another or instructing one another to not be educated, to not read books, to not want to try and acquire knowledge or to better themselves or to reach self-actualization? I find it very frustrating because if people who aren't rich, if people who aren't wealthy buy into this, The working poor and the poor and even the middle class will actually stop seeking edification. They'll stop seeking education. To me, it's just madness. I mean, it's one thing to criticize the universities. That's good because universities need lots of criticism. But what I don't understand is this idea that it's not the universities they're after now. Now they're after the knowledge. Knowledge is worthless. Right. Education is worthless. Like, this blows my mind because, just 2 generations ago, like, the literacy rate, like half of the people didn't, in certain areas didn't read or write. I mean, who came up with this propaganda and why is it so popular right now? Anyway, sorry for derailing you, Mark, but I just want to tell you how much I love that you said that. And I love that you and Clobby brought it up because that is the American dream. And I believe in the American dream. I believe that it does not matter how poor you are or where you come from. If you are intelligent and you work hard, you can get yourself through school and it's for you. And then you make your country better. You can't just give up on everyone in your country, give up on yourself and, well, I'm not wealthy. So just, to hell with it. It's a very, very strange phenomenon that's happening right now.
It gets worse. It gets worse in this movie. And, it's for background.
By the way, RJ Godzilla and Pop Culture Republic, welcome.
Sorry, hey, guys. Hey, RJ. Yep. For background, on my mom's side, she's a 2nd generation immigrant from Italy.
Later, J-Man.
Night,
first woman in the family to go to college. My mom, and my dad came here not speaking a word of English. Of course, he had a good education back in Switzerland and had a college degree, but started his own business and became very successful and worked on worked for NASA at one point and was an inventor. But he always instilled in me, and also on my mom's side, how great it was, what a privilege it was to be to this country. And so this movie starts off with just really trashing the American dream. And it's not to say that, there aren't people that are down on their luck or things are hard times or things can go badly. And, sometimes the system can be stacked against you, but you don't want mainstream movies, a superhero movie especially. I was kind of depressed, and it was almost like, I'm like, am I allowed to watch this movie? I thought this movie was, in some ways anti-American, American dream, and it gave me a bad feel. You want to be patriotic and cheer for Jaime, and it's basically a takeoff on Spider-Man. It's basically what this is, as as the Blue Beetle, as a young teenager getting the suit, and it's kind of like Greatest American Hero. But those things that settle in the background, and maybe certain people might not pick on it. But so he gets a college degree. He's living the American dream. He's the first person in his family to get a college degree, and then right away his sister says, "Well, and the last," because she says she's not going to go to college. And you find out the family is getting kicked out because someone raised the rent 3 times, and it's basically this evil Cord Corporation that the sister has taken. Cord's sister's taken over, and this is evil, evil billionaire that's all about making weapons and making money and kicking everyone out. And they said, "Well, we're going to lose the house." Then they flash forward, and Jaime and his sister are working at a cleaning job, basically
at Cord's sister's house,
at Cord's sister house, and they're still in the house, but they don't explain if you're renting from someone and the landlord wants to take the house, they can just kick you out of the house. They don't have to buy you out; they just kick you out. So the writing there right away, I'm like, well, wait a minute. So they're able to earn enough money to stay in the house now, or they don't own the house; they're renting it. So that was a huge screw. And then he's got a college degree. And so I know, when my friends, we first graduated college, some of us took jobs at like Blockbuster or, places that didn't pay great or, just to, get a leg up or, during the recession, but eventually you can get a job. I mean, the kid's got a college degree. So right away they're saying that, you can't make it with a college degree. It's a bad message to send.
It is. And it's like this hopelessness. But I also don't like it because it grooms the working class people, because we know the psychographic, we know the demographic of folks who imbibe this particular brand of comics. This is Marvel, correct? Or is it DC?
DC.
This is DC, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we know
after the
that
other.
this is predominantly males under 45 who are quite poor. So you're talking about working class people or the working poor. That's who watches these films and reads these comics. That's the largest segment of this readership. And this is what I mean about why this is so dangerous. I love what Sean Carter said, totalitarianism abhors free thinkers. And Larry says being less educated gives you more drones to control. I think that this is incredibly dangerous, to go to the working poor, to the middle class, to just regular folks, and tell them that their lives are hopeless and that trying to get an education is not for them. I feel like universities and colleges have already become so radical and so violent and violently radical that they're already ruining these ideas. But seeking knowledge should not be attacked from both ends, or we're going to wind up in an idiocracy. We're going to have a bunch of plutocrats telling us what to do, and we're not going to have the knowledge to question anything they say. We won't even have the knowledge to criticize. It's all too convenient for me as an Orwell fan. It's all too convenient for me as a Theodore Adorno fan. I cannot believe that people are allowed to put this on film now, grooming the public to be afraid of knowledge, afraid of education, to consider it worthless, to walk away from it. And they know who they're saying this to. DC Comics and Marvel Comics, they're aware of their psychographic and their demographic. They spend lots of money figuring out that psychographic, figuring out that demographic. I think that this is terrifying, what you guys are talking about right now. Terrifying.
And it's not like Peter Parker is, always struggling from job to job, but he's working hard and he ends up making ends meet. Well, he does end up marrying a supermodel eventually. But he's down on his luck, Parker down on his luck, but he's cheerful and he always makes jokes, and he's a hero, and he sacrifices a lot to be Spider-Man, and sometimes that hurts his career. But this, basically they use that setup as a job, just to meet Ted Kord's daughter. So that's the setup of the movie, and then we won't do any spoilers, but it goes from there, obviously, with the Scarab. And there's a continuous undercurrent of not pronouncing people's names correctly, and that actually ends up being a plot twist in the movie in terms of how people, how some of the characters react and how their allegiances shift, shall we say, without giving away too much. So that also kind of infuriated me too in some ways, where, and we're not doing spoilers, so I can't expound on it, but he doesn't
good.
Well, I was gonna say, the family stuff, there's a good heart there. You want to have a superhero who's got a great family, and there's one line that that they say, my loving my family is my greatest strength. That's what makes me strong. And the support from his father, there's some charming stuff, but it's drawn out way too long. There's a scene with his father, and it should have been chopped after about 30 seconds. It just goes on. I don't know if you remember that. Well, of course you remember the scene, Mike.
A lot of those scenes were
drag went on
too
long.
They're telling him this movie's filled with pep talks.
Yeah,
to him mainly.
So it all sounds like a lot of sociology, and a lot of these people in Hollywood, many of these people in Hollywood, Ricky Gervais talks about it quite a lot, and so do many other critics and comedians. But many of these people quit school in middle school, so they're not more educated than your average tradesman. Many of them quit in middle school. So what are they doing? Shaping the arts and entertainment, the entire feeling, the popular culture and the mindset of the nation. They're trying to shift culture. They're trying to shape sociology and shape arts and entertainment to be this instructive and grooming tool for the masses. This is very dangerous stuff. And I would dare say, I have not seen the film, but from what you guys are saying, this is pretty scary stuff, because these people are definitely not the people who should be teaching you sociology. And poor people, all poor people should fight tooth and nail to get into college, to get into university, and to make it better, to make it right, and to get what they deserve, to have as much knowledge as the very wealthy people and the legacy students. This is crazy. I can't even believe we're talking about this. This is nuts.
Yeah, they really waded into that, and it's subtle, but not so subtle. Because it's not one line that's a throwaway line. So that really the intro to the movie is offsetting. It's not like you're fighting against the big bad corporation kind of like It's a Wonderful Life, right? Everyone hates the banker, for good reason, but the community rallies together. But you have a great sense of community. And there was one scene where the community's all together. But you have a scene where basically you've got armed thugs controlled by the corporation run into police action in an American community, and they have
what that was, huh?
Yeah, I know what that was supposed to be.
That was Elian Gonzalez.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, and it's like, how is this private army? It's not with no cops. They just go in. They attack.
They were acting exactly like cops, but they were dressed up like cops, but they were cord.
Yeah, and it said cord industry. It wasn't like it was a.
How can they break into their house and go in there and take them out? And go
it wasn't
capture them and arrest them.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a covert operation, where a bad guy says, we're going to send in a couple of secret spy agents, and we're going to try to grab.
That blew me away when I saw that scene. I'm like, they're not cops.
Yeah, and I just want to address the chat. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They look down on the working class people. They look down on tradesmen. They look down on people who've had to work their whole lives. And they play themselves off to be these elite people who are in charge of this didacticism. It's up to them. They're in Hollywood, so it's up to them to shape what we think and what we believe and how we feel. They're elite. People actually use the word elite when your average tradesman has gone to college for 2 or 3 years in multiple cycles to learn something that is actually valuable to society. And I just want to work as hard as I possibly can as somebody who comes from abject poverty to get people to understand these weird class wars and the way they're trying to shape working people and how they're trying to affect our thinking. And I totally agree with you, Shooter. I the tradesmen that in my life, my husband included and myself included, because I started off as a tradesperson. We have to work. We have to go to school. We're not going to just all become janitors. And people who quit school in grade 9 and move to Hollywood and become screenwriters shouldn't be attempting to shape or judge our society, our arts, our entertainment, or our popular culture, how we think, especially not our politics. This is pretty scary stuff. And from what everyone's saying about these movies and from the ones that I'm watching, it's getting worse. It's getting far worse.
And it's gonna keep getting worse. Shooter says the tradesmen. Our business, we made tools for tradesmen. And that's how we made a living. And I really appreciate all the work that people do. And I'm relatively handy around the house, but I can only imagine what's going to happen in a few years when they're pushing all these kids not to become plumbers, electricians, or machinists, or CNC operators. What's going to happen? The plumber's going to end up getting probably more than a lawyer per hour if you need to fix something in your house, because there's going to be no one left who knows how to do it. So I've said that for years, and my dad was a big proponent of that too. Getting trades, and my one of my buddies. Who was an artist, trained as an artist, actually has an art degree. I don't know hopefully he's probably not listening. He wouldn't mind, but he went to community college and got his machining certificate. He was Navy vet, so he had a lot of skills, but he needed to get the certificate. Now he's working at military for a military place in Connecticut, doing a lot of work. So he got he got that certificate, but they're dying to get people that can do trade. So yeah, there's just the movie gets you off on this wrong feeling.
Night,
Good night, Dave. From the start, I felt kind of queasy about it. You guys know how generally I give things the benefit of the doubt, and of course, Clobbering times you as well. You went into this, and I do like the comics. Like, the comics are fun. I did read that the Infinite Crisis, and I do have his first appearance, so I guess I was hoping the movie would be better, so it would go up in value as a selfless capitalist comic book collector. But the movie indicts capitalism pretty overtly, and
sounds like it.
And George Lopez's character, he's got that line, Batman's a fascist, and it's just kind of thrown in there for shock value. It doesn't mean anything in terms of. There's no explanation to it. It's just thrown out there at the audience for shock value, and none of the characters even react to it. He's trying to say, "Oh, I like Blue Beetle better," but it's just such a ridiculous thing to throw in. I mean, but the good parts were, the lair was very cool, well done.
I guess that
the
guy's
Blue Beetle
supposed to be
craft.
Blue Beetle. I guess that guy was supposed to be him. We couldn't see him.
Yeah. So we can't go into
Pop
spoilers.
Culture Republic in the chat, he says there's always going to be a need for carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. For me, it's more than that, because I come from a family of tradespeople who are also incredibly gifted artists, and so many of you know I grew up in a band. And that doesn't really pay a lot. And many of my family members left music and went on to go and pursue trades, to be able to buy a house, to be able to get their families the things that they wanted to get for them. But the most important thing to remember is that many of these people who are carpenters and electricians and plumbers and machinists and all these things, these people are equally as intelligent and could definitely go to university and do whatever they want. They do go to college, but I'm just saying that they have unlimited potential. And when you speak to them, I know a guy who's a tradesman who reads Hume. Like, the guy's reading philosophy. Like, I get very frightened when I hear that some jackass in Hollywood who quit school in grade 9 and now he thinks he's a screenwriter is trying to affect the sociology, the heartbeat, the morale, the backbone of the working class, and the middle class.
Good night, Penny.
We work hard for everything we have, and it's time to stop trying to divide people up. Tradesmen go to college. Screenwriters don't go to college. Many of them don't. Many of them didn't even finish high school. Tradesmen go to college, and college isn't worthless. Education isn't worthless. And putting people into these boxes, not knowing who they are and how they arrive there, I think is insane. And I think it's a form of brainwashing. It's a form of propaganda. And I find it incredibly dangerous. Somebody with a grade 9 education should not have the power to shape young minds and to shape the present culture through movies like this. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong, and I think we should stop it.
Yep. Indeed. And then the other thing they do, they make fun of Ted Kord's tech. They say, his tech didn't work, and it was, it's basically a joke. And his sister is saying, he almost bankrupted the company. I guess that's, for her, as a plot point to come in. Now he's disappeared. Ted Kord, we know, is not in the movie. That's not a spoiler, but he's just gone off and disappeared, kind of like they had Batman do in the comic for a year, which is crazy. So, but he does loom over the movie. I do like Zola's performance, and Bruno Martinez. I'm sure if I'm saying her name correctly. She was lovely in the movie, and she's got some good acting chops too, I thought. So, other than in addition to being very, very, very pretty, but there are some, touching scenes in there, when she's realizing how screwed up her family life is. And the one part I did like, which is very true, she says, or Jaime says, well, you must have been great growing up in this house with all these things, being, basically being rich. And she's like, well, I have all these things, but your house is filled with love, something we didn't have. And I'm paraphrasing, but I thought that was probably one of the better lines in the movie.
But still, but still, like, is that all poor people get? That's all poor people get is love. Like, there's some dangerous stuff happening here, and many of you know, my area of expertise is semiology, and this communications system, and I just find it very dangerous, and it's not good. There are many people who grow up poor and they grow up in very abusive homes, and there are many people who grow up rich and they grow up in very loving homes. The fact that they're trying to make us live by these cliches and they're trying to shape our culture through these cliches, I think is super dangerous. And I think that people need to remember who is writing these scripts, and that they are not better than even the average working class person, although they try and pretend that they are, by referring to themselves as elites. And Pop Culture Republic, I absolutely agree with you, honey. I knew that was your intention. It's just sometimes when you're on a show and you're speaking live, you kind of have to make sure that when people are coming in and out of the room, that you make what you're saying clear so people don't misunderstand what you're saying. And I sort of felt like maybe people were misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm a huge believer in, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a girl or a boy. It doesn't matter if you're rich or you're poor. You should always seek knowledge, and nobody is better than you. And I am seeing increasing stress in this area of these class wars. And you're seeing these plutocrats, these huge corporations, trying to divide us through class, and trying to make us all, there's a pile of us, and we all have to make it to the top of the heap. And I just don't believe that. And many of these people need to really, truly, and deeply understand that many of these people in Hollywood are so poorly educated, they have no business saying anything to anyone who's even completed high school, never mind try and take command of our entire culture and shape it. That is really effed up, and I find it super scary.
Well, yeah, in reference to that, saying it depends on the context, but I often say that in life too, and I've seen, a lot of people with, every material good. You can't buy health, and you can't buy, as I always say, you can't buy good neighbors. I'm blessed to have good neighbors, and if you've got a bad family situation, if you grow up in a loving house, there's certain things money can't buy, and where I'm in the New York City area, and I've seen plenty of things, both good and bad. And doesn't mean if you're wealthy, obviously you can't have a loving family too. But I did think that was a nice scene. I thought her acting and his acting, that's why I think there's glimmers of good spots in the movie, and I think it's basically because of the skill of the actors in there. But overall, the movie is very pedantic, very by the numbers. You know what's going to happen. There's a great scene with the Blue Beetle vehicle, and it's turns into a tank, and that was very really cool. But basically, he's, as Clobberin Tom said, he's got to be rescued. At no point does he ever become, at the very,
he's never a hero ever.
The last act of the movie, he should become a kick-ass hero, and basically he I don't want to get into spoil. I'm trying to say things without giving spoilers, and it's basically the because of Susan Sarandon's character is basically an ist and a phobe that Jaime's able to win. If I'm trying to say that in the least amount of words to not give away anything, and Jaime actually, the suit has to stop him at some point. So
killing,
and they don't go into the suit enough too. I mean, it's a really charming.
Don't do anything
in
with
the comic. In the comic, it's really charming, that interaction with the AI in the suit, and it's kind of like, well, in the movies it's Jarvis, although in the Iron Man comic it's not Jarvis in the suit, but most people know it as Jarvis in the suit. But there's really that they should have trimmed the movie down in a lot of places and added a little bit more of the suit. Yeah, and if the uncle too, the uncle is this great technological genius where he's able to build this device that does this amazing thing for part of the plot twist, and yet he's down on his luck, and it sounds like he doesn't have a job, but then he's got this truck that looks like it's about $80,000 to $100,000 that he's driving around. If that didn't make sense to me either. He's got this amazing Toyota truck. It's like, how does he afford this? And how? But if he's so smart building all this tech, why doesn't he have a job somewhere?
Because he's been put upon because of oppression.
And he's living in the house with it. Made that part didn't make any.
Why do you guys even have to have this? This is what I'm saying to you as a communications and technology scholar. This is what I'm saying this to you right now. Why? This is supposed to be a superhero movie that is telling a story. It's supposed to be written by a single person or maybe a two-person writing team, a beautiful story about some type of action adventure. That's what this is supposed to be about. The people who quit school in middle school should not think that they're sociologists, and now all of these films need sociology. They all have to be hyper didactic. They all have to have hegemony. They all have to be very instructive and shape how you think and mold you into doing the political and social things they want you to do. That's not what movies are for. Art is supposed to be provocative. Movies are supposed to be entertaining. The thing being communicated is between an individual and the audience. That's the specialness of arts and entertainment. It's not supposed to be a corporation with some plutocrats that have some ideas about how they can use critical theory to shape the populace, to try and prove that they can change the way that society thinks and behaves. And it's just so crazy and scary. And this is not the purpose of a superhero movie. A superhero movie is not for this. It's not for this. And the people who are writing it have no right to be doing that. If you want to do something like that, make some sort of really weighty, heavily educated drama where, you're spoken with some PhDs in sociology, and you've spoken with a history professor, and you just want to sort of unpack everyone's stories to make understanding. That's not what, but a bunch of corporate idiots sitting together in a room who are screenwriters, most of them, as many people say, including Ricky Gervais, he mocks it all the time. The most of them quit school in middle school. These are not the people who should be doing this. People have to stop watching this stuff. Just stop watching it.
Well, I don't think many people are going to go watch this movie. It's supposed to only make $30 million this weekend. So I guess my Infinity Crisis #5 ain't going up in value. Yeah, it just didn't leave you with a good feeling as you left the movie.
No.
As Clobberin Time said, he doesn't really get that kick-ass moment, and the third act, it's okay to have the family maybe do one or a couple of minor things or help your hero along the way, but they basically become the Scooby-Doo gang, and minor spoilers. They basically go on a mission, taking their grandmother on a mission, like to go attack a citadel.
Didn't Clobby rename her Grambo?
Grambo?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Some imaginative someone in Tom's chat came up with that one tonight, and I salute them. I don't know who it was. Went by fast, but yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're taking your grandmother on this mission where you could end up, of course they're trying to save him, but you're taking grandma, and then she's a tactical. I guess she could be a tactical genius. I shouldn't say that, but it was just there should have just been a better way to. You can have your hero in peril, and but of course, there's no one else in the DC universe that can show up, which is that's a typical problem with comic book movies too, where you're just in that solo world. But
Bevo Byrne, hello, Bevo Byrne.
Hey, Bevo Byrne.
Hey, yeah. But so it's just not it's unfortunate. I think it's going to be a flop. I mean, I think it'll probably do maybe a little bit better than Flash. I get, of course, that's not a high bar to set. And the shame is because Zolo is, such a good actor, and he's got a lot of charm and charisma, and so does, so did his sidekick as the niece. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna do. I was talking to my buddy as he left, and he's like, "Yeah, it's a meh. It's like B minus, B, C plus. It's just meh. You're just so used to this stuff. There's nothing that made you sit up and cheer.
I hope people will stop watching it. I hope people will absolutely stop watching this stuff, and Hollywood will stop doing these things because they're making fools out of themselves. These people are idiots, and they have no right wielding critical theory or trying to act like they are sociologists and like they are going to mold the minds of the Western world with this crap. It's
Joe Dog.
It's bad.
Yep. Hey, Joe Dog.
Hey, Joe Dog.
Hey, Joe Dog.
Yeah,
so this is
special thanks. There are no like real credits where they say created by or any of that kind of stuff.
Oh, so no Jack Kirby.
Yeah, he's there.
Well, they got Jack Kirby, Len Wein.
He's down there. I believe Ditko and Wein, and all these names are relevant to everything that goes on in the comic, but I mean in the movie, as far as characters they're connected to. But you notice how, for example, in Superman, I know it's creators' rights issues that have been negotiated over many years. And when you see a Superman movie now, it says Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. Now they've got the Bob Kane, Bill Finger credit for Batman, and a lot of characters get credited. But interesting enough, Blue Beetle does not get credited. It should be, since this is this movie's about Jaime, it should be, Keith Giffen, Cully Hammer, John Rogers, creator of Jaime Reyes, and then since you're gonna have
Ted Cord, right?
I'm looking for names. All right, Ted Cord. Obviously, you got Steve Ditko. And then you've even got Len Wein and Paris Cullins because they kind of brought him back in the 80s for DC. You got Dan Didio. I don't know why his name is up there. Will Eisner, yes, because he created the Dan Garrett one along with I think Joe Gill and Mike Norton. No, Joe Gill did some other work for Carlton. But the point being is they all belong as a special names. It's fine. You can think of a few other names. But OMAC is a big thing they use, and they don't even credit that to Jack Kirby.
Yeah, why don't they say OMAC created by Jack Kirby? Well, of course, it's
because they don't know what they're doing.
That's the newer OMACs that.
It's a stupid new quest. Still OMAC, still is.
Yeah, it's still OMAC, the name. Yeah, but
but they don't give a crap. So.
Yeah. So
Hunter J, hello there. Says
that passed away. I'm not sure who that is.
I like
Para Rudy
for Ted, but Jaime is also good. I just wish I would have gotten Ted first. Yeah, I hear you, Hunter. What you say now?
Well, the other thing, Don Ranger Power is there's a couple of scenes. I think it was an homage to the Power Rangers, the way that Blue Beetle wielded his weapons and started to fight a couple of times. I know I don't know if you've seen it, but I did get a Power Ranger vibe from some of his moves. But
they're very Power Rangers, yeah.
So right? Did you get that vibe? Yeah. Shut this down.
Let's dump this turkey and get on to some other reviews. Overall, what did you give the?
Well, I was like,
C
only because of the one. Well, I always do C plus B minus. I guess I give it like a 7 or 6, which is like a C. I don't know. It's been better than some of the other stuff, and I think I just love seeing the Blue Beetle tank. So they'd cut a half hour off of it and taken out some of that crap ideology that just made me so angry. The character is a good character. There's a potential there, and they just didn't give us anything new, anything exciting. It ends up being like Iron Man, 2 in some ways at the end. I guess I'll say
even that's better than this.
That's better than this, but it's just been there, done that, and it's only the charm of the lead that makes it
even watchable,
watchable in sections and bits, and it's just a shame because it's a fun character, and just go read the original Blue Beetle comic. I mean, they're readily available, on the internet.
Well, this film guy, the guy who wrote this film, he has no education at all, like none.
None.
Like none. So I don't know why he thinks that he's a sociologist and that he's going to lead the nation in thought here. I'm looking him up, and
the director's a total moron.
The gentleman who wrote this, Gareth Dunnett, and he has several aliases that he uses as his last name or whatever. I just looked him up on a Hollywood site, and his biography is just complete and utter crap. It's just crap. He says things that should be removed from his bio because they're lies. So when you're trying to use a false premises, you say things like, he was supposed to be a lawyer, but stayed at home and watched conflict to educate himself instead. So like when? Grade 6? And did he go to, did he even finish high school? This is why I get so upset with these people who lie or embellish on their resumes. Like in grade 5, I had a teacher that told me that I should go and either be a judge or a lawyer. Does that mean that I put in my bio I was supposed to be a lawyer, but I became a common tech scholar instead? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like how it's manipulative and it's not truthful. So yeah, there's some weird article here that says that his school, the school that he went to in his life, was observing human behavior. And this is the guy telling you that to give up on things like college, don't become a tradesman, don't go to university and become a professor, don't better yourself, don't go do anything with your life, just be a janitor. Wow.
Well, it's basically saying there's no hope in the current system. That's the whole system is rigged against you.
This is ridiculous. And I strongly encourage people, whenever you see someone trying to use critical theory or sociology, I want you to go and directly find who that person is and go and look them up. You know what I mean? Like Jennifer Lawrence, for instance. She doesn't even want to say when she quit school. She just said it was middle school. So it could be in the United States, grade 7, grade 8, or grade 9. And she thinks she's going to tell you about how you should live your life. These are examples of what it's like to be with these Hollywood nut jobs who think they have all of this power to shape culture. They have no power at all, and they have no knowledge at all. Is ridiculous.
Indeed, it's as well. Keely Chow, roll Tide.
CLOBBERIN, what did you give? You said you gave it. I forgot what your number was.
I give it a 3
or 3. Okay,
I'm giving it a 3. It's probably better than it deserves, but
yeah,
it took. I had to. It was one of those. I walked out in a bad mood. And it took me about 20 or 30 minutes to start really watching it over again in my mind and placing why I believe the way I did about it. And it's just like not looking back. I mean, this movie is not good in any way. And and it could have easily been. So, but let's leave it alone. Let's get away from this garbage. Garbaggio movie.
Just more of that same crap, hyperdidacticism, corporate hegemony. We're here to admonish you. Vote this way. There's no hope. Don't go to school. Don't do anything with your life. Just stay under the boot. Give me a break. People like this just disgust me. I didn't get any help in going to college, and I didn't get any help in going to university. I paid for it all myself. No one helped me. I wasn't a legacy student. I didn't understand anything. My first college class, when I walked in and they started talking about style guides, I couldn't even believe that this entire other language existed. Then I learned MLA. I learned CPA. I learned APA. I started learning all of these languages so that I was able to even communicate in college. Blew me away. Imagine if I would have grown up with a silver spoon in my mouth and I would have been surrounded by that. Don't let these people get you down, folks. There's nothing in this world that you can't do. And intelligence doesn't have a bank account. There isn't a specific bank account on intelligence. And your potential is limited only to you. Don't ever judge anybody by how much they have in their bank account, if they're intelligent or not. And don't ever give up hope on education, on self-actualizing, being the very best version of yourself. You are capable of that. Don't let any bullshit movie or some bullshit moron from Hollywood try and shake you from that.
3 out of 10. No, Hunter. All right. I'm so sick of this movie now. You're making me drop that one.
Move along home.
Drop the score if we're. Anyway.
JT Kirk, Chicago.
Can we
Yes,
play the
for novels.
Claboni? Can we play the Claboni?
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, clean that. Let's clean the stream.
Yeah.
Crap, 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 crap.
Brain and brain, what is brain?
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
It's the Chicken Man!
All right. On to bigger and better things. Now it's time for Tales of Tomorrow.
Shooter, you're not eating a Jeep.
All righty.
That's right, folks. It's Tales of Tomorrow celebrating short story writing that is turned into film. This is a beautiful thing. It feels very restorative. Want to know why it's restorative? Because right now we have corporations creating stories and corporations controlling stories. And there was a wonderful time back in the 1950s. Tales of Tomorrow is from the early 1950s when they just looked around for some really great stories and storytellers, and they acquired those stories, turned them into teleplays, and then made this wonderful television show. And so that's the way things are supposed to work, folks. The corporations should not be in charge of arts and entertainment or storytelling. No, individuals are in charge of storytelling. So here we are. The Great Silence. And our journey with Tales of Tomorrow is almost at an end. We're running out of episodes, folks.
Yeah.
The Great Silence, Season 2, Episode 27 in the United States of America. A great country. I'm Canadian myself, but I love the United States of America. And this first aired on February 20th, 1993. This was written by Frank De Felica.
53?
And
53, right?
Pardon?
53, yeah.
I mean 53, right?
What did I say?
93.
Oh, well, yeah. That's
cool.
from Saturday Night.
Just clearing it up so that people,
it's
know.
Good. It's good. If I seem a little bit off, we just had a major thunderstorm warning. And that could develop into some type of bad warning. So if it turns bad, I might have to go to the basement. That's all I could say on air. Wow. I'll let you know. Okay. So all of the summaries on IMDb suck. So I just wrote some stuff. Wrote a little summary myself. It's the emergency broadcast system. It's the radio address. A hydrogenic mist from the H-bomb being tested nearby leaves everyone in the area with throat paralysis. Then all of a sudden we join a couple and it's completely silent. They're in a cabin. They're arguing and fighting, violent gesticulation. There's significant misunderstanding. It's just tons of gestures and oddly sugary sweet music. The man leaves to go to hunt for food. His wife hands him his gun and motions that the cabinet is empty and he has to go and get some food. Out while he's hunting, he's pestered by a loud white noise, and he traces it to its source. He discovers a UFO concealed in brush with a wee alien inside going about the maintenance of this throat-freezing mist production that is being piped out of this exhaust pipe coming from the UFO. The man runs back home to gesticulate his misadventure to his wife. His wife mimes that he's a drunk, and she dismisses him. He turns on the radio, and the radio broadcast is coming from an area that hasn't been affected by the hydrogenic mist yet. And the radio announcer says that the mist is spreading, but it is temporary, and the government believes it will cause no harm. The man is very upset by this, realizing where this hydrogenic mist is actually coming from. So he travels to his local authorities to report what he saw. He mimes his account for the local commissioner. He uses props, but he is eventually restrained and removed by the security there. The man returns home and plots to blow up the spacecraft. And so I'm not going to spoil the ending for you on this one. We want you enjoying Tales of Tomorrow. So we're not going to spoil the end and tell you what happens. However, I can say my rating before I turn it over to the guys. I thought that this sucked. I thought it sucked huge. It was complete and utter garbage, and insulted my intelligence. Due to the fact that everyone is gesticulating and they're all misunderstanding one another, and no one turns to the written word. Not a single person turns to the written word, even when he goes to explain what is happening to these officials. So it was an interesting thing. We needed something filled in here to tell us why no one was using pen and paper to explain what was happening, to explain what they saw, to write out, let's say, a witness statement. And so it really spoils the whole thing, because then you feel like you're stuck with one of those French mimes in a park, and and just somebody trying to enact something, and you're just not really into it. You're not invested. You don't care because of how stupid the premise is. And so I gave it a 1 out of 10. And I do believe, folks, that I have to press mute for 1 second, because if I was to judge the amount of noise coming from outside, I would say that we are looking at grape to golf ball size hail. So I have to go and check and see if we are supposed to go to the basement. I'll be right back.
All right. I would ask you, Mark, wasn't it implied that the guy tried to give him pen and paper and he couldn't?
He
and
can't. He writes
right?
an X. He signs his name with an X, which is
yeah. So
which is what my maybe
right. And he can't read or write. The guy can't read or write.
Yeah, he's illiterate, unfortunately. So
and the wife, whether she can or not, we don't know, because he didn't go down there.
But he can't tell anyone, right? So if he can't read or write, so he writes a big X on the paper, and that's how my great grandmother used to sign her name with an X. She couldn't read or write. A lot of people couldn't.
That does change the story quite a bit.
I love this episode. I know Kel had to. Hopefully she's safe and okay. But
yeah, let's make sure
I give. I give this an. I loved it. I thought it was great. So I love Burgess Meredith in this episode, or just in general, I should say.
Yeah.
And this is a stage play basically, and I thought they did what they could. There's an alien in it, and obviously it's a little person, and they did what they could with the makeup and to try to make the the alien as scary or otherworldly as possible with a limited budget.
But you okay, everyone?
I am okay, everyone. So far, I just asked my husband and my daughter to investigate. There is a severe thunderstorm watch, but none of those nasty things that I can't see on the air because I don't want it to affect the algorithm. None of that is coming down from the clouds right now. And they have told me that they will message me on my phone if that warning happens. So I'm safe.
Did you contact Thor to tell him to call off the storm?
One of the things we were talking about this episode is, don't you remember a scene where the man tried to hand him a piece of paper and a pencil, and he wrote his X, indicating that he was illiterate and could not read or write?
Yes, I remember that scene. It's like, why? What? Why?
Yes,
no, but he can't read or he can't communicate with anyone because he's illiterate.
He's illiterate.
So that's what. Yeah, but that I thought that
the whole episode, because he couldn't find any way to communicate himself.
So what you guys are saying is that he was illiterate?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's illiterate. Yeah.
That's an old way of if you put your X, it means you can't write or read.
That's what my great grandmother used to say.
I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah, that my great grandmother was saying you weren't here, but she would sign her name with an X on documents because she couldn't read or write.
Okay, I didn't even think about it that way. I didn't even shape it or form it in that way. But yeah, 1953 too. What was the illiteracy rate in 1953?
Oh, I bet it wasn't
probably pretty high.
Pretty low.
Yeah,
it wasn't too low. I'll just say that. I mean, that's why I kind of liked the episode. I thought we did a great heroic act, and no one was ever gonna. If he almost got himself killed, because you just see with some guy that couldn't. I mean, the ultimate time you need somebody to at least be able to write, and it's that. And he's the one guy that sees what's going on, and he can't read or write.
I didn't even think that was it. I thought it was something that it was overlooked.
When he wrote his X, that's what the tell.
That was the telltale sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that was.
He
That's
can't
a
read or
sign.
write.
That's not good.
And Burgess Meredith, of course, is a terrific actor.
He is.
Yeah, see, they're showing the invasion map here, so then you know that it's the aliens that are, and that's pretty. I think I love this episode. So I mean,
Okay,
but I
well,
think
but now I'm
and the
reversing
alien-
what I'm thinking because
and the alien has no mouth there, right? So it's very tough to tell on modern, with
I can't tell, does he?
he
I don't
looks
think he's
like
got a mouth.
Wee Man from that show that my husband watched.
Who?
He looks like Wee Man from the show my
Man.
husband watched. You know the film with the Johnny Knoxville guy. What's that called?
Jackass.
Yes. He looks like Wee Man from the Jackass show.
Not really.
But I think he's got no mouth, so maybe they communicate
Really? I can't
telepathically.
tell that from here.
Well, it's very tough. I mean, it's on my screen. It's
Looks like he's having a
a
ciggy.
little bit easier to see, but he's holding something. But of course, this has been downgraded so many times, from the original film. But to me, it looked like he had no mouth. And then here's the invasion map. So maybe they communicate telepathically. So they're incapacitating, everyone on the planet from speaking, but it's not going to affect them because they speak, they speak telepathically. That's what I took from it.
Okay, well,
I could be wrong.
I totally overlooked that, and I it's not even something I thought of. I'm actually ashamed of myself that I didn't think of that.
Happens.
It's
Happens to
okay.
me all the time.
I think that is a great point that he was illiterate.
That was the basically key to the story. His heroism is, man, he can't even tell anybody. And I remember he tried to tell her, and he didn't even. That was at that point. I was like, he can't. I'm going, but maybe he can't read or write. I don't know because he's not telling her, not writing it down. And then they confirm it when they get to the whatever where the
Town
authorities
hall or
were.
whatever.
Town hall, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
because the wife would actually know that they can't. Yeah, so he goes to the municipal building.
Yep, I'm looking this up right now. I'm looking up the illiteracy rates,
and
I thought it was much lower, but I guess it's quite high at this point.
Oh, good
Plus,
Lord.
they're in a rural area,
Yeah.
they're depicted as a rural.
He's Jed Clampett. He can't read.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I guess. Well, I missed where's the spot here where he signs he grabs and he writes, and this is in the public domain.
Remember they used to brag about Jethro made
so
it
here's
to the 6th grade or whatever?
Yes, I know. But it's just shocking. And I didn't even think of that. I'm so shocked. I mean,
see the way he holds the pen here? That's a giveaway too. He just X. Yep.
Yeah, that's a dead giveaway. Why didn't I notice that?
I made it to the 7th grade probably.
Damn it.
Maybe kindergarten, one of them. But
Hey, stop that. You're one of the smartest people I know. I love you. Don't say that.
No.
And I've said this before and I'll say it again. If ever the idea of publishing comics came up in one of my classes, in one of my seminars, in one of my sections, I would easily invite you to be a subject matter expert to speak with everyone about the way that comics are made and good comics are made. So I respect you and I love
thanks.
you. And definitely not kindergarten. Shin kicks.
Shin kicks.
Shin
To-
kicks. Yep.
In a few days, our voices should return. Or maybe not. How do you know that? But that was pretty funny.
Yeah, so go home, relax, don't worry. So that
Yeah.
the government had prepared these signs, and he's trying to tell them, I guess, don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. Yeah.
It was.
And he
Yeah.
knows
You see,
that
this is
they're
why I thought
aliens.
he could read. I never connected with the X.
He did. He's
So he has
pointing
no
at his
idea what the
eyes.
guy put there.
Right there,
Yeah.
he's pointing at his eyes.
Yeah, I know, but I
Yeah.
didn't pick up on it. What the hell's wrong with me, you guys?
No, I mean, I don't know because not. I'll tell you this much. In all seriousness, I didn't know that there were people who just signed with an X. I knew that for years because I've seen it in movies. In other words,
Mhm.
I never had anybody walk around and go, did you know that people who are illiterate will have to sometimes the only way they can sign their name is just an X? I don't know that unless I watch old movies. And I've seen it in old movies. I can't tell you that someone walked up to me someday and told me, you know what? Fun fact: people who can't read or write sign their name with an X. No, I mean, just I don't know where I picked it up.
Yeah.
So Harpo did
Crazy.
it in the Marx Brothers movie.
I'm trying to find the literacy rate for the United States in that year, and it's not readily
It
available.
was so low, no one could write it down back then. See?
Well, no, like in literacy rates, like you have you also have like a proficiency scale. So it's like you can have someone who recognizes the alphabet, let's say. So let's just throw it like any year. So let's say it's like 1960, okay? You could have like people who have basic proficiency at like, let's say 80%. But if you looked at like more advanced usage of the written word, it might fall to, I don't know, I'm just throwing out imaginary numbers, like 50% or something like that.
It's scrolling across the screen there, Ezra. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, here's the literacy rates.
It's so much easier to look up things when you're on the U.S. side of the border. What does it say there, my dear? 1952. Let's go to that one.
3.2%.
That's true. Matthew, that's true. Tom Baker used to fourth doctor used to sign with an X for the fun of it. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, that's pretty low, Mark.
Pretty low, yep. So 1950, but still it could, I had, my great grandmother lived till 1976, was illiterate, and signed her name with an X. So
wow.
So
okay,
it's pretty low, but it's 20% now, 79.6%. So very very
well
low,
then there you go, folks. I am in error. I did not pick up on that when I saw him reading the cue cards. I just thought, oh my goodness, okay, well he's just in a panic. I didn't connect with it. It
can happen to anybody.
I also watched it at midnight.
Okay. There you go. No, it can happen to anybody.
I mean, parts of it are hokey, and as we say, it's a play. It's basically a play, and but I thought they did Meredith did do a pretty decent job of conveying the anguish there, because he knows this invasion's happening, and he's only one. He can't tell. There's no way for him to tell anyone what's going to happen. So
I liked the spaceship in this episode. Yeah. I thought the spaceship was
I remember what it looked like now.
Pretty cool. But anyway, so I did not pick up on that. I 100% thought, watching this at midnight, I need to watch this earlier in the day so I'm more awake. I 100% thought that he read those cue cards and that he could read.
The only part I didn't get was when he steps on his foot here, and then he burns himself or something. I didn't understand this.
Did he get caught in a bear trap or something?
Or maybe he steps in the bear trap?
No, isn't that the
right here,
right there?
What happened to him there?
I don't know.
Did he step in a bear trap or something happened?
Must have been something.
I don't know. I
was very confused by that scene, because it's the little flame on the fuse doesn't do much to you, right? No. Or maybe it's a bear trap he stepped in.
Couldn't tell. They don't have. They only have so many cameras.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so even with that information, I just think it's far too convenient. It's a little contrived. I'm going to raise my score significantly because I actually think that you've made a good case. I believe that, sign here on the X. If you don't have a John Hancock, use the X. I'm buying what you're selling. That's some pretty darn good rhetoric. So I'm going to raise it to a 5 out of 10. But I still didn't like it. Just wasn't a good one. I just didn't connect with this one. I think it would have been more believable if he would have written it down, and they would have struggled to sort of get out there and stop the aliens or something. I don't know. Just the fact that he's illiterate and he's the only one who found it, and that he can't communicate it. I mean, I suppose it's kind of a novel idea, yeah. Well,
I'm going with an 8. 8 maybe. Because I really do I love the whole concept of him. I mean, the one guy out there that finds out, what's going on, and he can't, because he can't speak, he has no way of relating it. So he has to take it on himself to do that. I love that aspect of it. I think Burgess Meredith was terrific. So I found it to be very, very good Serling type stuff. So I liked it.
Good,
and
good stuff.
Captain Finnegan
Princess
said,
Fiona wants everyone to know that it's still better than Blue Beetle.
Naturally, but absolutely. I guess all I can say to that, Captain Finity, is formalized in print. I don't actually have a PhD in time travel. That's okay. I would have to read what was to be formalized in print before I could say I was happy with it or not. But you understand, I would have to vet it. I would have to do some vetting. But anyway,
Yep.
Mark?
Yeah, I think so too, Larry. I do think he could have drawn some pictures, but I do have to.
I don't know. Have you seen me try to draw a picture? I don't know.
I do have to admit though that I 100% I was watching it late at night and I just didn't pick up on the X part. I just saw him reading those cue cards and I'm like, damn it, why doesn't he just write on the cue card?
Well, I can't draw him, but he can't either. Clobby and Mark, have you seen? Yes, we just up to about 10, 15 minutes ago, we spent about an hour and a half reviewing Blue Beetle. Ezra, you could roll back if you want to hear our thoughts on it. I did not like it, and I gave it a 3 out of 10. What did you give it?
I gave it a 7-ish, but only a 6. It's a fail.
6.
Well, I like the.
Wow.
I mean, I'm
You
being
like an
relative
excuse.
to
I'm
it
just
'cause-
asking.
No, I'm just it's more watchable than some other stuff, but just the ideology and stuff.
It was crap, Ezra.
Really,
But,
yeah. Go judge for yourself. But
Yeah.
we're not very happy with both of us are not happy with it, and there's a lot of things wrong with it. There's a lot of messaging in it too that I wish was not in the.
A lot of bad messaging. So anyway, are we ready?
Well,
Yes.
I got to give my rating, so I give it.
Oh, okay. You didn't give a rating. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll give it a 9 because I love Burgess Meredith.
A 9, wow.
And the interesting thing is he's stuck in 2 different times where he can't read. He can't read in this episode, unfortunately, because he's illiterate. And then in the Twilight Zone, he gets his glasses smashed.
Time enough at last.
Time enough at last. And he's got all the books, surrounded with books, and he breaks his glasses. And as a bookworm growing up, I used to read like 2 or 3 books a week. And oh my God, the horror of that. So I think he helps pull this off. If you didn't have a good actor in that lead role, and it's hokey in spots, but I just love the the idea of this alien invasion, and where's the saucer again? If we can get a picture of that, it was.
Well, I mean, you're right, but that guy, that author, he always does that. That's why I always lower his score, because he always tries to do these like these very full stories that deserve much more than 22 minutes to convey their message.
Yeah.
And so I always give him bonus points even when his episodes suck, because that the story was good, but what can you do in 22 minutes, right?
Oh, and the other thing too, the creatures or aliens' hand gets cut off, and he finds the hand in the glove, I guess, right? So, and then he's regrown his hand. So that's this scene here too, I guess, and they're showing where they've landed and how they're going to invade. So he knows the guy's up to no good. The aliens are up to no good. They're not, they're not here for fun. Unfortunately, see, he's got no mouth. He's got no mouth.
Yeah, but Chris Persia's making fun of that, and I didn't like that either.
Yeah, he's got no mouth.
It looked like Wee Man Gagbald. I couldn't take it seriously. He looks like Wee Man Gagbald. Okay.
Well,
what he?
Never mind, Clobby. And then Princess Fiona says,
"No, I think it's a different." Never mind. Go ahead.
Princess Fiona was just saying that it's a ridiculous concept to assume that someone of his advanced age wouldn't have developed some way of communicating. I agree. That's why
clearly you haven't known very many hillbillies.
Yeah.
No, but all of a sudden you lose the ability to speak. It's not like he grew up, deaf or dumb, or there's this virus going across, or these. Actually, it turns out it's the aliens.
It was very sudden. The aliens were taking people's voices. Yeah.
You guys like it. It's okay.
Oh no, it's not that. I can trash it all day long and defend the fine point of it. But for example, rednecks, some hillbillies aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. Just saying.
So
Scott
we're gonna-
Knudsen, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome. He says Burgess finds an optometrist office right after the end credits in Time Enough. The alternative is just heartbreaking to bear. I love Time Enough at Last is probably my favorite Twilight Zone episode.
Larry, get out of my head. Larry's inside of my head again.
Pictionary. They didn't have Pictionary.
Pictionary's then Pictionary. That's why I busted him.
Well,
get out of my head, Larry.
If Hungry Boy was in this episode as a comic artist, he could have drawn the whole scene, and then they would have kicked him out and said, "You're crazy. What do you mean? There's aliens have landed? What are you nutso?"
Well, I think that would have been a lot better than him just, Anyway.
Oh God, I stink at Pictionary too. God, if you can, I hated that going against my artist friends in Pictionary. It's just no fair. You had to feed them extra drinks so they got wobbly on their writing. But
oh, Captain Infinity, yes. What a lovely thing to say. Yes, they think they're Marshall McLuhan, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's move on.
Right.
They might think they're Marshall Dillon. All right, so who's ready?
I'm ready, boss.
You ready for some UFO?
Yes.
Let me get my slideshow going here. Or my
postponed from last week, folks.
Yes.
Blame Mark.
The episode is no one's blaming anybody. The episode is Reflections in the Water.
Which is season 1, episode 24 in the USA, episode 4 in ITV, and production code 23. This first aired on July 24th, 1971. Mark, take it away.
I shall
what
take
a night that was.
Let me start
the
show here. There we go. That's playing. Let me turn my let's just turn the name off here so it doesn't. I'll remember to turn it back on after. There we go.
On behalf of the sacred text. People in the chat, damn it, Mark.
What?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of people in the chat yelling, "Damn it, Mark!"
Yeah, damn it, Mark. Yeah, that's my group.
Thought I should convey it.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez.
That's going on my tombstone. Damn it, Mark. So
it's old. Never.
Here we go. I still had it bookmarked from last week.
All righty.
Reflections in the Water. Contrary to what I put in the community tab today. I also did The Cat with 9 Lives at one point too. But
are you causing trouble?
Yeah, I'm causing trouble. Yep.
Damn it, Mark.
So this book is the complete book of Jerry Anderson's UFO. Chris Bentley, forward by Ed Bishop, himself Straker. So here's Reflections in the Water, teleplay by David Tomblin.
I don't have a picture.
Directed by David Tomblin. Oh, we got the picture off it?
I don't have a picture of that book anymore. Sorry. Good.
That's all right. Yeah. A UFO traveling underwater attacks the freighter Kingston as it passes an uninhabited volcanic island in the Atlantic. Deep Space Probe 87 reports a concentration of 25 UFOs in area NML 12, but the report's under attack, then comes under attack and is destroyed. An underwater cameraman reports warm water populated by tropical fish off the coast of Cornwall. And so that's, in English waters that are cold. Yep. And then is found dead with his airline cut. Straker realizes that the incidents are connected in some way, so he orders a skydiver to the area where the Kingston went down. The captain discovers an undersea power cable leading from the energy plant under the volcano all the way to Cornwall, enabling the UFOs to travel to the south coast of England without surfacing. Skydiver tracks the cable along the seabed and discovers a huge undersea dome. Straker and Foster rendezvous with Skydiver and use sea sleighs to ferry them to the dome, but when Straker scrapes away the outer layer of the dome, they're surprised to see Lieutenant Anderson on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Dun, 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 dun. Back at Shadow HQ, Anderson is interrogated, but even under the influence of truth serum, he insists that he's been at home for the last 24 hours.
A double dose of truth serum.
Yeah. Sid, which is the satellite in orbit, reports that UFO count in NL12 is now up to 50, and Lake's computer suggests that the dome has been set up to bring the non-function of shadow, bring about the non-function of shadow, and so allow the masked UFO's uninterrupted passage to Earth. Straker and Foster return to the dome and break inside to discover a perfect replica of Shadow Control populated by doppelgangers of Shadow personnel, including Straker. So he knows that that Anderson is no longer a traitor. Yep.
Yeah, he even stops and says, well, now we're going to have to stick together after this.
Yeah. So Lake and they're practicing miming recordings which instruct Moonbase and Skydiver not to intercept approaching UFOs. That's the doppelgangers, or the life model decoys for you Marvel comic fans. Straker is attacked by an alien duplicate while Foster returns to Skydiver, where the captain is under orders to launch missiles at the dome. So Straker basically says, if I'm not back in an hour, destroy the dome. Very Kirk-like there. Straker manages to escape from the dome just as Skydiver completely obliterates it, just like Kirk in the Doomsday Machine. The explosion ignites the energy cable, which in turn detonates the energy plant under the volcano. The UFOs are headed for Earth in 2 waves, so Straker allows the first wave to penetrate the outer defenses before Anderson alerts Moonbase to destroy the second wave. An all-out battle takes place between the waves of UFOs and the Shadow defenses, both on Earth and the Moon, and eventually the invaders are beaten back. So here are our notes here. The role of Lieutenant Anderson in this episode was intended as a permanent replacement for Lieutenant Ford and was listed as part of the regular cast in David Tomlin's shooting script. Anderson was really written as Lieutenant Johnson, but his name was changed to avoid confusion with Aisha's character.
Yeah.
Colonel Lake did not feature at all in the original version of Tomlin's script. She was added later by transferring dialogue from Johnson and an unnamed computer man. It was originally intended that Straker would be attacked by his own duplicate as he tried to escape from the dome. The opening credit sequence features a montage of scenes which preview the episode to follow, although some of the footage in the sequence does not actually appear within the body of the program. Yeah, I noticed that. That was interesting, yeah. Deep Space Probe 87 is actually an IAC tracker spaceship, and footage lifted from Conflict. The UFO attack on Moonbase is taken from The Cat with 10 Lives. Much of the episode is scored with incidental music composed by Gary Grave for Stingray. Oh, no, we got a big oops here too. So let's do the oops, and then we'll talk about it, and then we can do the cast like we usually do. Yep. So the oops. Once again, footage of 3 UFOs flying in formation is lifted from the Dialectic Affair. An alien jamming device from that episode appears as a point of light in the middle of the picture as the second UFO passes. Straker says that the aliens plan to take over Shadow Control, which surely means that they plan to take over from Shadow Control. The scripted dialogue here was, they intend to take over and control Shadow to let those UFOs through. The aliens plan to use their duplicate Shadow Control to override Shadow's transmissions to Moonbase and Skydiver, not invade the real control and replace the staff with duplicates. The alien duplicate who attacks Straker as he leaves the dome has 2 large holes in the seam under his right arm. When Skydiver's missiles are fired at the dome, stock footage appears of a regular submarine launching missiles. The configuration of the sub's bow does not match the Skydiver model. As the second wave of UFOs closes in, the lunar module can be seen docked at Moonbase, but after interceptors take off, the launch ramp is empty. 3 interceptors are launched, but 4 are seen making successful strikes during the final battle. So, alien equipment, we've got AAMs, alien airborne missiles, Deep Space Probe 87, lunar module, rocket launch vehicles, sea sleighs, Shadow Air, Albatross seaplane, which is very cool. Yeah, Sid, Skydiver 1, Sky 1, Space Interceptor, and UFOs. But yeah, I mean, of course, some of those gotchas on those oops. I mean, when you're watching it on a smart TV screen, yeah, you're not gonna see that. I don't think it's gonna.
Yeah, and if somebody brings it up, you're like, get out of here.
Yeah, but that's for the completists and the UFO fanatics, I guess. But yeah,
hey, I'm a UFO fanatic, and I'm, I mean, I like mentioning it, but I don't think it's
point of interest.
They weren't bad.
No. This like oops, the.
Yeah, that's the only time I whine. I whine when the oops harm the product.
Yeah. But I thought this was a very James Bondian episode. I'll let you guys talk now since I've been. But I got the Bond vibe.
Yes, sir.
You have the book now, Raquel. Why were you doing all this just now?
Oh, because I enjoy listening to Mark read.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, thank you.
I just had to throw shit. I just had to take a shot at Mark. I couldn't resist.
Shots fired.
Although, because I know you. I thought now that you got the
down.
book, you would want to do that sometime.
Raquel doesn't even want to look at her book or open it. She's just so doesn't want to mess it up. Yeah. So
I
I'll make
love
the
this book.
sacrifice. Yeah.
This book
yeah.
is so great. Oh, did I tell you all that I was reading this book because I love reading this book because I'm a UFO fanatic freakazoid. Did you know that Nina Barry has a master's degree from University of London in electrical engineering? That's her backstory.
Wow. Very
Now, do you
smart.
see why she took over for Gay Ellis? I mean, Gabriella
Mhm.
Drake is gorgeous, right? Who's
Oh,
prettier
yeah,
than
yeah.
Gabriella Drake, especially with no makeup? Nina Barry. Oh my God, the woman is a tall
Nina's
glass of water.
gorgeous.
One of the most beautiful women to ever be on television. But I love her backstory. Love her backstory because it is heavily implied, especially in the ITV Watch order, that Gay Ellis is a lieutenant, but she's an astrophysicist. Okay, so there's some sort of question of why is everyone a colonel and why is she a lieutenant, but she's in charge of Moonbase. But then when Gay Ellis leaves and Nina Barry takes over, she takes over Gay Ellis's job because Gabriella Drake wasn't on the show anymore. And then you find out that Nina Barry is not only a founding agent, but her backstory all along, she's graduate degree, master's degree in electronic engineering, London University, smoke show and brains. Go Nina Barry.
Yasser.
But Jennifer Lawrence did it first. And so
Folks.
did the kooky thing from the disco.
Of course. What goes without saying?
Yeah. So good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What an episode.
It was a great episode.
Yeah, and the effects were amazing too. So for back then with the divers, we watched this last week on the watch party, and yeah, I mean, just really, really, really well done. I mean, just really cool.
Yeah,
And
I loved
it wasn't easy for them to. I'm sure that this episode must have cost a lot of money in terms of the production of all those special effects, and underwater stuff is not easy to do. So
yeah. But this is
I mean,
the sexy version of UFO. This is why
Yeah.
I warn people that it's not just cerebral science fiction and this cerebral show that that challenges you and that is thought provoking. Although that's quite cliched to turn that phrase, it is indeed thought provoking, and it does engage in that Socratic dialectic where it provides you with questions and evidence, and then it lets you work it out for yourself to discover what you think is true, right? But then they have these marvelous episodes where they go completely sexy, and you have a wonderful time on this this James Bond romp, and this is one of them. This is why this isn't just a great television show. It is one of the best things ever made for television. It's just so good. Oh, is Chris leaving? Good night, honey.
Oh, Chris.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Take
Thank
it
you for
easy, buddy.
everything, Chris. Good night, sweetheart.
Take care,
Right,
man.
Chris. Yep.
So maybe I'll plow through my notes and then we can hash it out. What do you
Go
think,
for it.
Chris?
Go for it.
Okay, here are the notes that I took. I was up at like midnight or 1 o'clock, so hopefully I didn't mess this episode like I messed up the Tales of Tomorrow.
Oh, you're fine.
This was action-packed. The action-packed opening scenes were super spy. They were sexy. They were fun to look at. I just absolutely love the Omniceptor or Omniceptor, whichever it is. I need to finish reading the book. Under the water, I loved all of that. This all felt like original James Bond. It was wonderful. I loved watching Straker supporting his cover story. I love seeing him looking totally annoyed because he has to review a film at his own studio. He,
Yeah.
like the guy is such, like Ed Bishop is so talented that you could just see him. He's very fitful and he's got ants in his pants, as they would say, right? He's got to get out of there. And I just love that ants in his pants performance by Ed Bishop. He's wonderful as Straker. And then we have a mass UFO attack. So, folks, I watch UFO in the ITV order, the original British order, and so this was episode 4 for me. So I had a definite different impression of what was unfolding with these aliens than someone who would be watching in the Fanderson order. Because if you're watching in the ITV order, you're like, oh my gosh, like are these omniceptors never ending? They're going to kill everyone. Where are they all coming from? They're everywhere. And it's just, there are just so many of them. You're quite frightened, and you have a completely different impression of how much these aliens are already occupying Earth. I absolutely love the concept of this episode, and the concept of the warm water and the ocean and the dome. This to me is just, it feels like a 1950s, 1960s film. It's just so beautiful, so gorgeous to look at. I just love it. And I love the little drops of science. We could, they didn't need to say that the water was warmer. They didn't need to have a basket with fish that were, in a region they shouldn't be in. But that's what great science fiction does. That's why people like science fiction, is because it finds ways to deploy those scientific tidbits, those scientific ideas that we're fascinated by. Science fiction fans love all that stuff being included in the conversation. So once again, treating the audience like intelligent beings. I just love it. When you see this on ITV, you get to see just how kind Straker was to Paul before Paul betrayed him, saying, of course, the infamous scene where we find out that Paul wasn't under the influence when he declared that he was going to take Straker's job. It was this ITV viewing order where it's established that almost instantly, with Paul coming on board at Shadow, when he agrees to work for Shadow. Well, he didn't have much choice. They would have killed him or memory wiped him. But anyway, that Straker trusts him and completely treats him as an equal. And so that is another reason why I don't like Paul Straker. Anyway,
Paul
I love all of the vehicles and the practical effects. Colonel Lake being frustrated is wonderful to watch. Colonel Lake is one of the most beautiful women to ever grace the small screen. Absolutely gorgeous woman, and watching her completely frustrated by the computer is marvelous to watch. Dr. Jackson double doses Anderson. I just thought it was great.
Yeah.
And
more.
then something happens in Canada. Only the audio is available for the end of this scene. So a gigantic red box comes up in Canada.
Weird.
And you're not allowed to see any of the visual, only the audio for this whole scene.
Oh my goodness.
What scene is that?
It's this scene. So the one that right after Jackson double doses.
Oh, when
Anderson.
they drug him?
Yeah. They double dose him with the serum.
Yeah, the true serum.
So right after that.
Oh, they consider that well, I don't want to say the word, I guess.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah. So anyway, it's blocked from Canada. So after the dome experience, no matter how ambitious, no one except for Pooh Paul would betray our Straker. So I wrote that at like 1:00 in the morning. You can see what my thoughts are. I'm going to read that again for everyone. After the dome experience, no matter how ambitious, no one except for Paul would betray Straker. I love the fight scene with Straker. I like the fisticuffs. Everybody knows that defiant of my university education and how some people may perceive me, I enjoy a little pancration. And so watching the fisticuffs is great. It's great action, and I like watching my Colonel kick ass. So that was great fun, and it was a marvelous action episode with beautiful sprinkles of real science. And that's what science fiction is, folks. Science fiction is an author who goes to the trouble of going to do the research to provide the science, to sprinkle it throughout, or to make it the main theme. And this is why intelligent people are drawn to science fiction. So what a great time I had. It was marvelous. And now I'm going to throw it over to the captain. Captain, my captain, tell me about the episode.
Well, you've told. I mean, this is a great one. I mean, well, I'm waiting for. I don't think it's gonna happen with like 3 to go. I'm waiting for an episode for me to go. Nah. Because I know I'm not gonna get a at all. There's not gonna. There can't be because I've seen them all anyway. I'm going. Wow, not even one episode that can go. Not that sucked because that ain't gonna happen. But not even like. It's all right. I can't think of one that I didn't get nothing excited about. This is, of course, one of the top ones here. Really love this. It was a fascinating story. You know, doppelgangers can be tricky to write, but
Yeah.
they did just as usual, brilliant job on this episode.
I like trying to scare the public with technology too, because, you know, the original modern work of science fiction, that being Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dealt with, you know, the misuses, how electricity could be misused, especially with physicians on the brink, taking in these cadavers and exploring scientific methods. And here we have that happening a lot with these recording devices and the artificial nature and the technology being able to clip out the human voice and the computers harnessing those recordings and then turning them into an entire conversation where a voice authentication is like the final bit of your process. Because remember, the aliens had learned previously when that guy didn't make the ident, he wound up killed after he tried to get in, right? So here we're seeing the misuses of technology. So it's just good. Anyway.
Shooter does bring up a good point, though.
Yes,
What'd
and we
Shoot say?
talk about that in the watch party. Where I'll put it on the screen, or we'll show on the screen. Yep. I still can't. It's a Shooter saying I still can't get over not having a gun while infiltrating an enemy base. So that was the one thing when we did the watch party, we kept mentioning, like, why did they bring any weapons with them to get into this space? Because, you know, they know that the you know, could be aliens there, most likely aliens there.
Can I ask a question? If
Sure.
you had, and this is an honest question, I'm not being facetious, because I have my areas of expertise, but all of you are experts in your very own areas of expertise, and I have a lot to learn from you, all of you. Can you have a GUN underwater in the ocean and then use it? Would it still?
Yes,
Would it still
you
work?
can transport. Well, you can transport it first of all. So there's ways to transport. I mean, just look at the frogmen or the Navy SEALs or all the the warriors. So there's ways to do it. Now, firing a weapon underwater is an entirely different matter in terms of how far the bullet's going to go. And Mythbusters did a great show on that. But yeah, there are ways to do it, and of course you could ways to waterproof things. So that was one big hole that we thought that didn't make sense, that maybe for some reason they didn't want to have weapons, or maybe they could have explained it like it's an oxygen atmosphere in the dome, and if we fire something it's gonna kill us as well, or something like that.
You have to embrace this kind of stuff, because that's the thing. Shooter is a very intelligent person, and he reads a lot of science fiction, and he watches a lot of science fiction, and this is just that's what science fiction people have such a high standard. That's why you have to write shows you have to write shows like UFO just to even be able to meet the standards of the natural science fiction fan. So I love that he said that. Why not maybe like a harpoon or something, at least, like some sort of like spy, like James Bond style thing with like an arrow with a rope on it or something where I don't know.
I wonder if they could have explained it away, or but just a couple of lines, but it doesn't ruin the whole episode. And I still really like the episode, but it's one thing you were kind of thinking about, why didn't they do want to do that? And also, how did they get into the dome too? That was the other question. I can't remember if it was Shooter or someone in our watch party.
They pushed their way through, like it basically enveloped them.
So that was difficult to understand. It's like a cell, the barrier on a,
like it absorbed you. But like Larry, but Larry is backing up Shooter here, and I totally agree with the boys here. Larry says, they know the aliens use machine guns.
Mm-hmm.
So but you just wonder, like, Did they think it was some sort of scientific mission instead? Was there some type of incubation going on because it looks like an egg or whatever? But there's still no excuse. You need to come armed, I think, for something like that. So it is definitely it's an unfortunate oversight, I think.
Yep. And what I like about this, watching someone's Dave C is talking about the watch order. This is kind of building up, and this is when you see like this massive alien invasion. And you know, we've also brought up that there should be way many more interceptors or way many more, you know, Earth defenses to confront the aliens. And then you see there's this massive buildup. So this kind of is building up to the end of the series. Excuse me, where you see, you know, where the threat keeps growing and growing and growing every week with this production order versus, you know, maybe seeing this early in the series, you'd see how deadly the you know, the UFO forces are. But I kind of like it this way with the build towards the
the
end.
But for me, this has had a consequence, right? So for me, the consequence is that when I watched an ITV order, I realized that or my impression was that that they were trying to build up more and more. I also got that impression that you just mentioned, that the forces were that, you know, they could ramp up production of defense if need be. And one thing that stood out to me with the interceptors is I grew up in the 1970s, and all I kept on thinking is that's a cruise missile. And so you're thinking of like the ultimate weapon that people would be thinking of in 1968 when this was written. And so, yeah, I just always thought of it like cruise missile. So
Yeah.
I think it's been so interesting to rewatch it in the order that the Fanderson people watched it and the Americans watched it, as opposed to the British order, the ITV order.
Yep. It does make a difference. Yep.
It does.
Sure.
Like, and it's so funny because you and Clobby were so cool to me when I did that with TOS, and you were like, yeah, that shows so much stuff. That's so cool. And it like production order is wild, isn't it? It's like you're watching.
Yeah, much different. Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching how they planned the stories and how their thought processes were taking shape and how the stories were taking shape. So yeah, it's cool. I think it's so cool. But I still like, even though I think it's totally cool and I appreciate it and I love it, and I not only think that, but I think it's highly valuable to watch it in the Fanderson order, I still prefer it in ITV.
Oh, you still like the
There
ITV
you go.
order? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
That's
did we rate it
interesting.
yet?
Oh, I gave it an A++.
Jason Colvin, welcome. First time to see you there.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
Good to see you. Or she says second time at the Dome. Well, it's good to see you there. I'm sorry, go ahead, number one. What did you give it?
I gave it an A++, boss man.
I'm going with an A+ as well, and Marco.
Yeah, I'm giving it an A+ too, or 10 times Blue Beetle.
That's for sure.
That's a gooder.
Yeah,
That's
fun,
for show.
psychedelic background too. I love the psychedelic set when inside the dome with all the different colors. It's so 60s, you know, the screen that was just up there a second ago.
Yeah.
And you know that reuse that corridor. That's a trick in in filming where, you know, they do it on Star Trek and every show, you know, the house, or they made it seem a lot bigger than it is. And that they're walking down that same corridor multiple, not taking away from the show. You have to do that, obviously. And that's, but I thought those corridors looked really cool and alien. And it was kind of, you know, that funky, they've got that multicolored panel there. And it kind of looked like Straker's back panel too. So maybe the aliens and Straker do have something in common in terms of decorating. I don't know, but yeah, it's so 60s when you watch this. It's just even though it's set in the far-flung future of the 80s, but it's just looks great. I mean, the clothes look great. You know, this show does, and that's Jerry Anderson's wife Sylvia. The costume design is just great in this, and the clothes actually look more futuristic, I think. In some shows they try to make, you know, they do crazy stuff, but it all fits. It's a shared universe where these clothes actually really work together really well.
Yeah.
That was
which
also
is-
the style too, right? Like Clobby and I tried
Yeah.
to explain this to people when we did like a little mini like in defense of TMP. I don't remember if you were with us at that point. I think you were, but we were trying to explain to people that call the TMP stuff pajamas or pajamas. I get in so much crap now because I hang around with Americans and I say
pajamas, tomatoes,
It's
tomato. It's
I
all
know. Anyway, Canadians just razz me hardcore. All my friends are American. So what was I saying? Yeah, so they call them pajamas and they say, that it doesn't look good. But if you're watching Logan's Run, if you're watching UFO, if you're watching all of these science fiction films take shape, they really did go for this very muted, very I don't know, peaceful. It's almost like peaceful. It's almost like everything looks like a gi. Like it looks like something you would wear to meditate. It looks like something that you would wear to do like jujitsu. Like they just seem very put together and tailored, but also very comfortable. And so I was never bothered by the TMP uniforms. In fact, I think Kirk looks rocking in his. He's hot in that. Anyway. So before we leave this, folks, I just thought that I might read one thing if the captain will allow me.
Of course.
I would like in the book that Michael and Cassandra Beacom purchased for me because they're amazing people. This is the complete book of Jerry Anderson's UFO by Chris Bentley, forward by Donald James. This is the gorgeous hardcover that was also sent to me by my captain, Clobby. I love you. I would like, so I told you about Nina Barry's backstory. Now, you guys have a choice of hearing, because they're quite short, so that's why I'm choosing these two. Would you like to hear about Mark Bradley, Dr. Doug Jackson, or would you like me to read a couple of the super short snippets about other shadow personnel that you would like to know about? Because I have all of their shadow files here. And Mark, I'm on page 90.
Ooh, nice. Yep. Sure. I'd love to hear that.
What do you want? Who do you want to know about?
Oh, who? Well, I can't do it to you, Paul Foster. No, just kidding.
Hold on.
I know you're gonna say
Damn
that.
it, Mark.
Okay, you want me to read Paul Foster's? It's kind of long though, Paul's, but I'll do it. I'll just read it super fast. So if I make lots of mistakes, sorry everyone. I make lots of mistakes when I'm reading if I haven't pre-read something and I'm trying to read it fast. I kind of go into auctioneer mode and I make a mess of it. So please excuse me in advance. So this is from page 88, Colonel Paul Foster. In addition to his role as an executive producer for the Harlington Straker organization, Paul J. Foster has dual responsibilities as a field commander based at Shadow HQ on Earth and as one of Shadow's 4 moon-based commanders. Clobby brought that up, remember? What? Although he is one of Shadow's more recent recruits, having only joined the organization in 1980, he has quickly established himself as one of the organization's most exceptional and invaluable operatives. Foster became convinced of the existence of UFOs during his 8 years of service as a pilot with the Royal Air Force, twice reporting sightings of his own and disobeying orders in the process. Anyway, the first in March 1974 and the second in September 1977. He left the RAF in 1978 to join the Ventura Aircraft Corporation as a test pilot, where he also disobeyed orders and put lives in danger. 2 years later, while test flying the company's XV-104 fighter bomber, he and his co-pilot found that their flight plan matched the entry trajectory of a UFO. Ordered to leave the area by Ventura Control under instructions from Shadow, Foster refused. After sighting the alien aircraft, he and the co-pilot witnessed the interception of the UFO by Sky One, but the XV-104 was caught by the blast and crashed. Foster managed to eject safely, but yes, folks, his co-pilot was killed because he disobeyed orders.
You mean the episode?
Yeah. Certain of what he had seen and angered by the skeptical attitude of his VAC supervisor, William Koufax, Foster pursued his own investigation into the incident, unaware that he was following a series of clues intended to lead him to the Shadow organization. Confronting Ed Stricker on the lot of the Harlington Stricker Studios, Foster learned that Shadow had recognized qualities in him that would make him an ideal candidate for a command position with the organization, and had been testing his reactions and strength of character. Foster readily accepted Stricker's invitation to join Shadow as Operative 804 and completed the rigorous training program in record time. Within 6 months, he had been promoted to the rank of colonel and offered command of Shadow Moon Base. Totally dedicated to Shadow and fiercely loyal to Straker. Who wrote this? Foster also enjoys an active social life away from Harlington Stricker Studios, popular with the ladies. He has seen with many a series female companions, including interior designer Tina Duvall, actress Sylvia Graham, mineralogist Jane Carson, and horse trainer Ann Stone. He is an expert skin diver and is also proficient in a variety of martial arts, which he teaches during combat training sessions on Moonbase. And that is the backstory on Colonel Paul J. Foster. And you know what Jay's, do you know what J is for? It's not James. It's for jerk off.
Oh, ouchies.
There you go. Folks, I thought you would enjoy
That's
that.
not in my book.
It didn't say that in yours? You must have
doesn't say that in mine.
Hey,
Raquel
what
must
are
have
you
a
talking
special,
about?
must have a
Says
special
the book.
printing of it.
Wow, that must be worth even more money.
Wow.
That special edition, yeah.
I like Paul Foster.
I like Paul Foster too, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, well, for this episode, I should mention that we do the guest cast segment too. So let's see who was. Yeah, so let's see. Let's prior to his role in this
Anybody else
episode,
have a rating, by the way? Give it to me now.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Stop,
While-
everyone.
while
Stop
Mark's
the
reading
presses.
that.
Yep.
Did you hear the boss, everyone? I'm going to say it again. The boss wants your ratings. If you watched the episode and would like to tell us about it, your thoughts on the episode, give it a rating.
Yeah,
Please do so now.
If not, no biggie, but if you got it, go ahead, Mark. Sorry about that.
Yep. So sure. Yep. Lieutenant Anderson. My mic
Anderson.
is flipping around here. Let me fix my mic.
Mr.
There we go.
Anderson.
So so he was in the movie Battle of Britain. Let's see, he was also in Thundercloud, Take the High Road. He was also in Young Winston, Doomwatch, Highlander 1986, Braveheart 1995, The Four Feathers, episodes of The Persuaders, Survivors, and a couple other British shows. Let's see, Conrad Phillips, the skipper of the Kingston, was in The Adventures of William Tell. Let's see, anything that we would recognize here. The Battle of the River Plate, Circus of Horrors, and Murder, She Said. He was also in The Invisible Man, The Avengers, The Prisoner, Callan, Into the Labyrinth, and Robin of Sherwood. So he was in a Prisoner episode, Conrad Phillips. Veteran actor Richard Caladot, film producer, is best known his role in The Beverly Hillbillies. He made his film debut in The £1 Million Note in 1953. Let's see. He was in The Spy Who Came In From the Cold in 1965. He guessed it.
Family fed. Then one day he was shooting up some food, and up from the ground come a bubbling crude oil, that is black gold, Texas tea.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Kinfolk said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place he ought to be, so they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools and movie stars. Well, now it's time to say goodbye to Jed and all his kin. And they would like to thank you folks for kindly dropping in. You're all invited back next week to this locality to have a heaping helping of their hospitality. Sorry, Mark.
Oh, that was awesome. You can interrupt me by singing anytime.
There's the bad guy from Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
Speaking of Beverly Hills.
And he was also in The Avengers, Prisoner, Department S, Doomwatch, Crown Court, Minder, and Casualty. He passed away in 1995, aged 87. Barry Stokes makes his second appearance in UFO as skydiver engineer. followed by his screen debut in Destruction. He was also in episodes of Doomwatch, Crossroads, The Liverbirds, Space 1999, Survivors, and The Hammer House of Horror. Let's see, he's in a bunch of movies. Anything he's in Hawk the Slayer 1990 and Enemy Mine 1985.
Which one of
He was in Enemy Mine?
Who
Barry
was again?
Stokes, yeah. Barry Stokes,
yeah.
The skydiver engineer. Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So let's see. Gordon Stern, Helmsman Ellis, previously appeared as a German delegate in Confetti Check AOK. He's been in the VIPs, The Most Dangerous Man in the World, American Werewolf in London, 1981. Another Highlander actor in 1986. Episodes of The Prisoner and Doctor Who, The Ambassadors of Death. Cool. And let's see. His Kingston colleague, Frederick Abbott, is best known for his roles in Vern Daniels and The Flying Doctors. Andrew Hinton in Prisoner, although he's also appeared in episodes of The Avenger, Danger Man, The Baron, The Prisoner, The Saint, and The Professionals. And this episode first aired at 5:15 p.m. Saturday, July 21st, 1971. So that wraps up that.
The Tetrarch of Apathy is just nailing the chat tonight. He's hysterical. So Paul Foster mixed with Neelix, Larry says, and the Tetrarch of Apathy says Foslix. And then he follows that up with, we need to composite the Clampets riding on that moon rover instead of their old truck.
Oh, that would be awesome. That'd be great. Yeah.
I mean, come on. Do we have the best chat ever? Do we have the best chat
cool.
ever? We have the best friends ever. We're so lucky.
Very cool. Yeah. And the other thing to mention too is, we mentioned the model work, but the divers were actually models in this episode too, and they did pull that off pretty well, I thought. I mean, you can tell, it's obviously a model, but was very well done and very cool to see them attempt that and get that pulled off for just it's just a TV show, so it was pretty also, amazing.
I think it also, like, you and I talk a lot about this because you and I are of one mind on this. We think very similarly. Like for me, when I see that, I'm still immersed in the story. When I'm not immersed in the story is the modern ones where you can tell that it's CGI. So it's just like some people think that UFO is hokey and they can't watch it because it's not visually advanced enough for them. It's not modern. It can't use all the modern technology to convey the story. But for me, that CGI crap, it pulls me right out of it. I'm just like, oh God. Like sometimes it
bad
looks
CGI, bad CGI,
yeah, bad CGI, or even like when they're in a pool, when they're in a swimming pool and they're holding their breath. So when people are like, "Oh, that's dumb, that's hokey," I just like, really? Is it really dumb? Is it really hokey compared to what you're watching? It's actually better. Sorry. Anyway.
Well, look at these ladies. That can't be it can't be better than that. Yep.
Yeah.
Larry, 100% it's Neelix. I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Super Kiss. And I love you, Larry.
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
It's the Chicken Man!
See here.
I do have one UFO Fanderson thing to show real quick.
Okay, I was just going to say that JT Kirk gave it an 8.9. I think it's a Toxic Tuesday or something. He gave it toxicity level 3. And of course, Shooter says, this is the only episode I have seen of UFO. It's the only one seen, really? I have no bias for comparison, but it was enjoyable, solid B.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely.
And you can kind of watch these out of order too, I think. So
you really can. They're order's so jumbled up. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't go back and watch it in better order, but I mean, you could do it if you just don't know any better. Just start watching it cold. It's not going to hurt anything.
It can't, because that's the beauty of episodic science fiction and episodic TV in general. Is that it requires a story. It's not dependent on interpersonal BS. It's an independent story. So I totally agree with you, Clubby. You could watch these in any order you want. My preference is for ITV. I really liked the Fanderson order. I really enjoyed the production order, but I still prefer the ITV order. But that's also because that's how I discovered UFO, and I've watched it, I believe, in ITV order at least twice, maybe 3 times. So.
Oh wow, there you go. What you got here?
Well, yeah, I can show. Well, if you want to get some more reviews to read, or here, let me.
No, what are we doing?
Yeah, let me show some stuff that's on sale, and the Fanderson store.
You don't want to
added.
You don't want to. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, we can do the.
We don't have to do the comic right now. We can do it later.
No, it's not the comic. This is just the Fanderson site. They have free shipping to the United States of all orders over $70. So I just want to
Technical operations manual from Joe 90. Wow.
So they have. I'll put the link in, but so free shipping for anything over $70. I mean, look at this, like Thunderbird transparent model.
Thunderbird.
Oh, cool.
Look how cool that is.
Raquel's a big fan of those puppets.
I hate the puppets, but do you know that my husband, for the first time in his life, he's never said this to me before, and I've known the man for like 30 years. He said to me that he loved the Thunderbirds and that he was sad that they didn't make more. And I was like, is Mark aware of this? Like, I need to tell Mark.
They did make a lot, though.
Yeah.
And they did make 3 seasons on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, they had other shows than the Thunderbirds.
They brought it back.
If you just like puppets, but yeah. There you go.
Wow. So you've got warehouse finds. You've got, all right, these are for our model kit lovers out there. They're coming out with brand new Space 1999 models.
What?
You're gonna have the Hawk,
nice.
the
Shut
Eagle
the
4,
front
the
door.
Moon Buggy. You got the Comlink and Stun Gun, and I had these as kids. I had this model set as a kid, and it got destroyed, unfortunately. In the Eagle.
The Comlink and Stun Gun would be so good for. Is that life size? I could use that for cosplay.
Well, here I'll do find out more. We can check. Let's see.
Please find out more.
Quick view. Here we go. Build life-size replicas of the stun gun and weapons and communications device used on Space 1999. The iconic sci-fi TV. Well, maybe has it sold out?
Damn it, Mark!
It says sold out. Where does it say sold out? Oh,
at the top.
Damn it. Well, check eBay. But look how nice that looks. It looks pretty darn nice.
God. Oh my God. Why didn't you tell me about this before?
I just got it in the email. I got an email a couple of days ago. I guess it was so popular. It sold. Let's see. Is anything else?
This and tell me if it comes back on sale. How much does it cost? How much does it cost?
Well, this one's sold out. Let's see. It's
let's go find out
sold
how much
out.
the cosplay
Well,
stuff
the Hawk is $76. Oh, they were so popular they sold out within.
They're all sold out.
They just sold out. They sold out so quickly.
How much is
Hopefully
the stun gun in the Comlock?
It doesn't say because it's sold out, but I mean the ship is 80, so maybe like $80.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be worth it.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll come out.
Damn it, Mark.
With another batch. Yeah, sorry to tease you like that.
Hey, can we please have
I'll
the
put
stinger?
the link in, yeah.
Can you please play the stinger there where Dadman says the word I won't say on air?
Where is it? Where is it?
Can we get it?
Yeah, you can get it. Yep, you got it queued up.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez.
Yep.
Wow.
There's a new book on Space 1999, I guess.
Nice.
Space.
Oh, what's that?
Whoa.
UFO destruct positive
audio drama.
Oh, okay.
No, okay.
Yeah. Very
Audio
cool
drama.
though, yeah. $48. Yep. So that's brand new audios of UFO, yep. So here we go. Ed Straker, as a test pilot in the U.S. Air Force. This is one of his aircraft by UFO. His life will never be the same again. So I guess they have all new stories, yeah. And of course, you have got new actors, obviously for the voices. But yeah, you can listen to a sample. I guess here, a 4-minute sample, which I won't play, obviously now. But yeah, I'll put the link in a second here. For the Fanderson store, and they also have a Twitter feed too that you can follow them on Twitter. So it's great to support the Fandersons and all the great stuff they have. And I think there was a Straker. Was it a Straker figure? Here we go.
There you go.
3.75
Greatness.
inch sold out. Yep. Straker. Yep.
Yeah. But now I
It's
want
sold out.
those cosplay models. Oh my god.
Straker, I
Yeah.
barely know her.
Globby. That's a gooder.
So I'll so there's always some great stuff there that you can
Damn
find.
it, Mark.
and
Why
and
did you
it's free
show that to
shipping.
me? Now I'm just gonna be
Sorry.
drooling over that. Like, are they gonna be restocking them?
I have no idea. I hope so if they sold out that quickly. But yeah, free shipping in the US on all orders over
Matthew,
$70.
can you believe how quickly
enabling
it
here.
sold out?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yep.
Matthew.
I didn't buy one either. Yep.
Damn it, Mark.
Damn it. So let me put that link in for everyone.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's so cool. That
So
is
it's
super,
shop.
super cool.
So it's shop.jerryanderson.com. We're not sponsored by the show, but if they would like to send us some UFO models, we will continue to review UFO
Yes.
shop by show. Yes, there are Stingray products. Yep, you can Ezra, you can shop. Here's the Stingray stuff. So you can shop by show. This is the complete Blu-ray of Stingray. CD. They've got, of course, the action figures. Yeah, so they got some few Stingray products there, which is nice. Yep. So and I think the what's their Twitter handle? Let me put I think I had that here to pop in. Let me grab that. So you can follow them on X. I guess is it on X or is it on Twitter now? I don't know what the
What?
It's so weird to call it X now,
I
right?
call it X.
Wait,
It's
what?
like Twitter. Yeah, it's like, is it X? Yep. So so it's on YouTube. It's at Jerry Anderson TV. They have a YouTube channel.
Oh,
and
JT
then,
Kirk's leaving. JT Kirk, you are Kirok.
Have a good one.
Night, bud.
Take care.
See you on
Great to see
Saturday.
ya.
Yes, sir.
So there you go. So you can follow them on X/Twitter.
Damn, man, damn. I can't believe those are sold out. You know what a great cosplay that would have been? And you would have saved so much money if they were $76, even a $76 American. Oh, you know how much money you would save? And those would be so good for cause, especially because you would build them yourself.
Yep.
Oh, much better than 3D printing. Although there's nothing wrong with 3D printing. Thank goodness we have
but
3D
it comes
printing.
out.
Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to have half the cool stuff that we have.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Still, yeah.
But sad, man. Oh, damn it, Mark.
Damn it. I'm trying to see if
Enemy.
it's on Fleabay.
Now I'm thinking about that forever.
$41.
What?
With Fleabay.
Get lost.
46, 45. Yep. Stun gun. Yeah. Space 19. 5 available. 2 sold.
Get the hell
And
out of here.
It's
Where are you?
free economy shipping. It's in
Okay,
the
can you
US.
send me the link? Send me the link. Send me the link.
Sure, I'll send you the link. Yeah. Don't put it in the chat. I can put it in the chat now.
No, you can put it in the chat. I always share with my friends.
Yeah. Here we go. They got. There's a bunch of them available. So
Did you
there's the
put
link
it? Did you put it in the X?
I put it in the live chat right now, but also put
In the
it
live chat.
Well, there's like 20 of them for sale. I mean,
I
you're only
know,
going to
but-
buy one, right?
I know, but I don't. No, I'm not worried about that. It's that I don't like signing into.
No, I'm gonna send it to you directly. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I
Yeah,
just don't like
yeah.
signing into the chat on my laptop when I'm
Yeah.
on the other computer. You know that.
Okay, yeah.
That's a
yeah,
good
I
point.
got you. Yeah. Yeah. So let me.
Mark, I have to go
Look.
buy this. Send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link.
It's coming.
I'm waiting. Send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link.
Hey, yeah.
Shooter, you're not allowed to do that.
What?
Shooter's supposed
Oh,
to be
no.
my friend, and look at him. The teasing. It's just ridiculous. It's just harassment.
Yes.
Yeah. See, free economy shipping in the U.S. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Let's
So,
I don't know. Does it go to Canadians?
Damn.
Let's see.
Does not ship to Canada.
Canada.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sorry.
I have to mute. I have to yell something. No, I just yelled the F word.
you haven't done that here.
This is ridiculous. See? Doesn't ship to Canada.
That's
Suck it.
crap. Sucky itty. Suck
Well, this is another.
Suck
I don't know
it,
if
in
I.
fact.
This is another thing
Clobby.
that I saw too on Fleabay. So here's this is pretty cool too. So it's a diorama. It's $229, and actually I followed and they sent me an offer. I could have bought it for $200.
Oh wow,
but
that's
I
badass.
can't afford that now. But
that's some badassness right there, Captain.
is that nice? And if I put that in the
Captain.
hi dear, look what I just got.
Mm.
Look at it comes with the whole comes with the whole diorama and the base there like
Whatever
that.
do you
How
mean?
beautiful is that? Whatever do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can sleep on the couch for the next month. Yeah.
Like, whatever do you mean?
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to me right now,
that.
and they won't send it to Canada. You know, F you. You know, like F you.
You screwheads.
Okay.
Bunch of primitive screwheads.
I'm going to have to send this to my husband because he's going to have to go on the Fleabay and find it. I must have this. I must have this. I can't even afford it. I 100% can't afford it, but I have to have it. Hold on.
Sorry.
Where
Blame me again. Yep.
Yeah, and you know the worst thing is
Naval.
that you're dragging me from nerddom into your little geekdom rabbit hole, and through cosplay. You're doing it through cosplay. You're like, you can have this.
Yeah.
Damn it, Mark. Okay.
Wow.
I'm also going to share it with my offspring in case she wants to be generous.
Oh, and Larry says a toy interceptor is for sale in the Anderson store. Yep. And $70. I don't know if they ship to Canada for free, but yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's so tough to get any UFO stuff. I mean, they had the Dinky toy and not a lot of merch, so it's fun to be able to get this stuff. Yep.
Yes.
It is. And then to cosplay with it. Do you have any idea how cool it would be to cosplay Space 1999?
Well, gee, only a vague idea.
Oh, it'd be so fun.
Well, the moon buggy is only $30. Very nice. Yep. The moon buggy is only $30. The model.
Nice. Remember, we raided a warehouse back in the early '80s, a toy warehouse. They had it from at the comic shop. It was running, but didn't own that at the time. And we got, found a bunch of those 3-ship sets from Star Trek, the Aurora model kits, flying subs from Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, and even some Eagle models, a bunch of Eagle models, like 2 or 3 or 4 maybe. And that's just was sitting up in that warehouse.
Yep.
Whoa, boom. There was a few other things too. And that was pretty cool.
God, I would have gone crazy in a place like that. Like, I'll take every single one.
I'm just trying to get it.
Wiped them out.
Wiped them out.
$25 shipping. But do you ship to Canada?
Wow.
But do you ship
$25.
Yeah.
And they
That's expensive.
What are you talking about? You spent like $50 sending me the book from the Beacons.
That didn't cost that much, did it?
Yeah, that's what it costs in Canada. Well, that wasn't in American dollars. That was in Kanakistan.
You saw the price?
Oh. Yeah, it was right on.
Well, yeah, but it was less than that here for our dollars anyway.
Yeah,
but it was still a lot for it was a lot for shipping a book. It is a stupid price.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, but I'm glad you got it. That's all that matters. Shout out to the great Beacons.
I love you with all my heart, and I love the Beacons. They're just the kindest, best people ever.
Bestest, indeed.
Look at this Comlock and stun gun.
I've created a monster.
I must have.
How much did you shop on eBay before you met me? Did you used to go on eBay?
No, you'd be stupid.
Don't be stupid.
Don't be stupid.
Now look at what you've done. Now there is a prop replica stun gun and comm lock from the Anderson site on the Fleabay.
Was it Larry said he's got the briefcase that Straker has in that first episode pilot of UFO? Wow.
Get out of town.
So unfortunately, what happened is I guess everyone bought up the models and put them on Fleabay.
Yes, his enabling skills are legendary. is an aging excuse of legendary at this point. Don't you know? Yes.
Oh, come on. Let me see. There's got to be someone in Canada.
Jill.
Did Jilly just walk through the door?
Yeah.
Jilly,
Hey, Jill.
Jilly! Okay, let's go
What
to
you say?
fleabay.ca and let's see what happens at the
Hour.
Canuck.
Ouchie, ouch.
Oh no, that's from the United States. So it
right, everyone
is
keep their fingers crossed for
$73.52 in the United States for Canadians, and they want $11.53 shipping and handling, which would make it like $76. Crap.
76 Canadian.
$86. I mean Canadian, yeah.
So it's less than dollars, though, right?
Yeah. $86 Canadian. Oh, I cannot afford this, but I have to have it. I'm going to die if I don't get it. I'll die! No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll solve this.
As long as you're mostly dead, not all dead.
Yeah, just mostly. I will rise again. Yeah, I don't know. This is sad for me. I feel bad.
I'm sorry.
And I'm not a zombie, folks. I was just kidding. I absolutely hate this circumstance, Mark, and at the same time I love you for it. I just love that. Like, I love that you found a stun gun, a replica stun gun, and yet you know, get back with me, dude.
Yep, sorry. It's just you got to move to the States, I guess. I don't know.
Listen, don't even say that, because I've been thinking that more and more and more. Shall we do the comic?
Oh, we're ready. Are we okay? Now it's been a couple of weeks since we've all read it. So you feel like you're up to reviewing this one?
Yeah, it's a great it's
Okay.
a great it's almost
It's the
full
part 2, right?
closure it's a part 2, but it offers some closure in some areas. Anyways, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. It is time to review our Star Trek comic for this evening. That is Star Trek Early Adventures number 6, right? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So let's get a move on.
Gloriousness. And I've
Warp drive, Mr. Scott. Ahead warp 1, Mr. Sulu. Accelerating to warp 1, sir.
Yeah, and hey there, your old toys. So it's time for another CLOBBERIN classic comics of Star Trek comic, that is. Review with, of course, the great R.M. Briggs and Mark D. What they see. So we're reviewing, set up really quickly. I decided I would like to. I review a lot of comic books on this channel. If some of you may not know, but we hadn't really done that much with comics. I mean, a couple of years back, I did a show about the history of Star Trek comic books. Which I need to maybe should bring that redo it again one of these days since it's been so long. And our wonderful first officer number one. This was the early days where she was fairly new to the channel. She watched that and had become somewhat intrigued by that there were Star Trek comics and such, and it was even gifted some older Star Trek comics at a very, I think, by her youngin. If that's not mistaken, right? The youngin
That
gave
is
you
true,
some?
boss.
And so, but about a couple of months back, when I decided I would start. I just wanted to do videos at first. I was just going to do videos, but then we got to talking, and we decided to make it a regular staple of the clubhouse where we
it was mostly me, folks.
We would review.
It was mostly me. I came forward and I was like, look, I love your videos. Your videos are awesome sauce. Please continue to do your videos. But can you please put school in? I want to be schooled. I want to go to the Clobby School of Comics. I mean, you guys. And he said yes. He was like, I'll do that. And so yeah, I love him so much, you guys. You guys have no idea how cool this man is and how cool these comics are. Anyway, go ahead, Clobby. Sorry.
That's all right. Well, I decided at first we were going to do random. The first one we did, of course, was the Star Trek: The Motion Picture Marvel Super Special number 15, which was the comic book adaptation of the motion picture from back in 1979, because it was my first Trek comic, and we just love that. So we did that, but then I was going to do a random one each week, but we don't live in a random world when one hangs out with number one. So I thought, well, and I really didn't mean this to go the whole series, although it turns out a good idea.
Sorry.
I'm glad. I should have meant that. I decided.
I'm learning so much. I'm so appreciative of your time and your expertise and just your passion and your knowledge. I'm having so much fun. Thank you for doing this for me. You are just the finest human being I've ever known.
Well, number one's favorite Trek, for those who don't know, is, of course, the Cage. It's her favorite episode. She loves the real deal Pike, none of that strangled worms, filthy trash. And as such, in 1997, there was a regular series, when Marvel went to Paramount, and they started a joint series called Marvel Paramount Star Trek Comics, right? And hey, Bubba Doom One, good to see you, buddy.
Bubba Doom!
They started a series, which unfortunately only lasted 16, right?
17
issues, right? Called Star Trek the early voyages, I believe, which of course take place for the real Pike crew, the real deal. And it's the adventures of them. And unbeknownst to me at the time, until she told me that when she read it, okay, this is the first comic book that, obviously I think you read the motion picture one, but I mean the early voyages is the first comic you've ever read.
That is correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. So
we've decided to do that as a series, and we're going to do it last week, the latest one, but we ended up getting sidetracked a little bit. But we the week before that, we reviewed issue number 5, and that, of course, was a 2-parter. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put 5 up there for a minute, and we're going to skim it really quick.
Refresher.
Little refresher, 5, and then we'll go to number 6. Number 6.
Yeah.
So,
hey guys, if you've never heard of this, sorry to interrupt you, boss. If you've never heard of Early Voyages, I had never heard of Early Voyages. If you've never heard of this comic, I cannot tell you how beautiful this comic is. I bought all of the physical copies. They smell glorious. They smell like books. So they smell like golf green and tennis balls and cigarette smoke. They're awesome. But I would have never have known about this if it weren't for Clobby. And if you want to get into comics, wow, this is your gateway, because like the boss was saying, this is the Cage, but I'm telling you, as a nerd, I'm not a geek. I don't know anything about this stuff, and I don't try to pretend to know more than I actually know. But I have to tell you, like, this feels like episodes. These feel like episodes, like you're going through Lost episodes. It's been so much fun. So I hope you'll join us in this. I hope you'll pick up these comics. These comics are so good. Anyway, sorry, boss. Go ahead.
No problem. At this point, there wasn't a lot of contamination to the Star Trek timeline. In other words, sure, you had TNG and you had DS9 and Voyager and stuff like that, but still, the people who are old enough to write comics grew up loving the original series, and maybe they liked the other shows too, you know. And so, and they were writers of comic books. These were British writers, these guys, in fact. And so they're good writers, and they're good science fiction writers, and it shows through here. What we'll do is we'll just we'll run through this one really quickly. This is issue number 5, which we did review a couple of weeks back. They're armed, they're savage, they're Vulcan. The Enterprise lands on a planet where they find the lost factions or tribes of Vulcan pre-logic civilization, and the starship that they were searching for at the time had been taken down and or been taken over by the Vulcans, and they land to talk to these Vulcans peacefully, and well, some of them are not so nice, as you'll recall. And some of them are. They're at war with each other. They get into a shootout with some of them, but eventually, the Enterprise is attacked by the USS Cortez, the ship that they were searching for at the outset of the story. If you'll remember, that's a beautiful shot right there.
And the faction is as splintered, and so that's who is occupying the Cortez. So you know, we all discussed this. All three of us basically said it at the same time when we covered this a couple weeks ago. It felt like the Kalar story again, but more nuanced and obviously different. But there's an increase in this civil war in this case, because it appears as though the Vulcans they've just become like so splintered that individuals have gone rogue, and that's who's in the Cortez. Yes,
and the crew on the landing party end up meeting going to a big Vulcan city, and of course that's highly beautiful. Advanced.
Look at how beautiful it is. God, I love this comic.
They're extraordinary. They're highly advanced.
Yep.
They meet this woman who is running the show, and basically they know where they're from, and they're talking some stuff like about maybe wanting to go back to Vulcan.
Well, Tikel would like to lead her people back to Vulcan, but we're led to believe that we really can't trust whether or not she's being truthful, and we know for sure because of what's going on with the Cortez that there are a whole bunch of people who don't want that to happen either. So here we're sort of biting our nails, wondering how far Pike is going to get into this, and wondering what's happening. What are their real motives here? Are they trying to get the ship? Or what's going to happen?
Exactly. And there's the captain of the Cortez. These Vulcans are these Vulcans are so dangerous. They eat fruity pebbles and cocoa pebbles.
God, I love you so much.
Cocoa pebbles, yep.
Could use them. So anyway, basically the story, Pike doesn't like these Vulcans too much. And these Vulcans are pretty dangerous. There's some dangerous stuff. They're attacking the Enterprise and blah, blah. We're about to get to the second part. And then it was getting blasted, and it was to be continued. Crika, next. Crika. So let's go on to the issue at hand here.
And what really elevates this is the art too. I mean, the story is good, but
definitely.
And everyone should also know that this is the particular episode. This is the what do you call it? Not episode. This is the
issue.
This is the issue. Sorry, it's getting late for me, folks. This is the issue where there is a letter to the editor, and the editor answers what happened with Boyce. So if you wanted
to addressed it,
why he looks older, well, he looks younger, I mean, and why is he so buff and stuff. So there's some super cool trivia in that number 5.
Yes, they talked about basically likeness issues and stuff. They couldn't really, which was weird in this case. I thought
they couldn't find his family. Maybe I mean
they couldn't find
they couldn't
family
find his family to agree to
John.
it.
Yeah, right. John Hoyt, I think was the actor's name.
Yep.
So anyway, let's see up in here. Over here. Okay.
Vulcan logic versus Vulcan passion.
That's right.
Yes. Number 6. July 1997. Spock must choose between that and Fruity Pebbles and Captain Crunchberry.
Only $2. Imagine getting a comic book for $2.
Jeez.
Yeah. Wow. What a high cover price. Jeez, that's okay. So
Bubba Doom,
$195.
Here's where Clobby's going to answer your questions. Bubba Doom's waiting for you to drop all the info on the writers, the penciler, the inker.
Oh, we're on that right now. Oh, okay. Did he?
Bubba Doom, the captain always does that. He has a great affinity for this art and publication form. So he always lets us know. So please stand by. It's coming.
It's a big bugaboo with me when it comes to the credits of people that comics. Enough of them have been screwed out of their creations that I can do nothing about. But when I cite their work, good or bad, they get the blame or credit, whatever you want to call it. They're going to be acknowledged. Okay, so here we go. Opening page. Space.
Answered a question for Jill here. She says, "This is a cool idea. What is the difference between a Vulcan who has embraced logic and a Romulan?" Well, a Vulcan who has embraced a logic, or just a Vulcan and a Romulan. I think in the modern fandom, I think people fail to realize that the Vulcan Romulan split is meant. It's heavily implied that it's almost like for the Vulcans prehistory. So it'd be like two different species then developed thereafter. So that's the way that I think about it. For me, it's not like a Romulan. If you gave a Romulan logic, it wouldn't make him a Vulcan because of the 2 or 3 episodes where we see that where it was like a pre-civilization thing that happened. So, but that's my impression of the information.
There you go. Space, the final frontier. Before James T. Kirk, before Jean-Luc Picard, there was Christopher Pike. These were the voyages of the Starship Enterprise, its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, not new and strangled ones, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Cloak and Dagger, Part 2. So the Enterprise is in a big firefight with the Cortez, which is run by baddie Vulcans. This story, of course, is co-written by they were a team. Ian Eddington and Dan Abnett, of course, they were British writers who did a lot of stuff for 2000 AD and different things like that, and for Marvel a lot, even from DC. And they were like a writing team, which was not unheard of in comics, but it was rare. Mm-hmm. Patrick Zurcher on the pencilers, and he's again 6 in a row. And if you're a comics fan, you love consistency in your comic book art, because so many times you'll get a new series or whatever, and you really start loving the art, and 2-3 issues in, they're gone, and you're like, oh man. So, and it'll be like all over the place, and there will be some different artists on this series, but we're very lucky that 6 out of the box, we've got Zurcher on the pencils and Greg Adams on the inks, which was also the case of the first first 5 of this one as well. Inker Marie Javin, colorist Marie Javins, again consistency. Janice Chiang on the lettering, and Bobby Chase, editor, and Bob Harris, hair ass. Don't get me started on him, editor in chief. So, whatever they
Bobby
hit,
Chase, she lettered so much stuff too. I just don't remember seeing her name forever.
No, he's an editor. You mean Chiang? You mean who's the letterer?
Oh, that's the letter. Okay. Oh, Bobby Chase, okay, editor.
Yep.
Bad eyes here.
Mine too. Whatever they hit us with, we can't take another one. Because basically, status report, Mr. Tyler, with massive ship-wide systems failure, weapons are nominal, shields are failing. Live support is that critical. Whatever they hit us with, we can't take another one. So number 1, and needless to say, is in some big-time doo-doo on the Enterprise.
Cheers.
Mr. Nano, any word on the captain? No, sir. I've lost all contact and I don't know why I sound like this. There's no reason I should sound like this, should I? I'm a comic book character. I don't sound like that guy on the animated series. Okay, well, we'll deal with that later. That was my fault, everyone. He didn't really sound like that. Number one, the shields have collapsed. I'm reading multiple transporter signatures from the Cortez. We're being boarded. Sound general quarters, stand by to repel. Vulcans? She didn't know there were Vulcans. Bum, bum, bum. Captain's log, star date. Well, we'll skip some of this. Basically, anyone have anything to say now that we're on reviewing this issue? Number one, perhaps?
I'm sorry. I'm just a little somewhere else here with the conversation that's developing in the chat. It has been my understanding that the way that this was written is usually the way that the people that Star Trek fans try to explain it away, and they make it sort of seem like, it's obvious that they share some type of evolutionary ancestor, and the reason why it would be prehistory is and not just prior to the Vulcans taming their emotions with logic, is the fact that we have episodes of TNG that show us that Vulcans were that they were on more than one planet. So I think that when the writing was more clever, it didn't answer it directly, but it did answer it directly. So it's basically, they had a common ancestor. They were on more than one planet, and that the Vulcans were. It wasn't simply that that Romulans were untamed. From my understanding of the exact way that it's described, it's that the Romulans were a quote offshoot. So that's according to to official Star Trek lore. But I think it's really where it causes confusion is that folks, especially with reunification or unification, that people think that it's only cultural, or that it's only about having emotions or not having emotions. And what it really was a presentation by better writers through the legacy of TOS into TNG, that the Vulcans reached out onto other planets. Some of those offshoots evolved into the Romulans, and others were much slower to evolve. What's that episode of TNG that I absolutely love, where he brings the proto-Vulcans aboard?
Who Watches the Watchers?
Who Watches the Watchers?
Great one.
So it's through Who Watches the Watchers and the more intelligent writing that they explain it. I think where it goes wrong is when unification tries to push this idea that they're essentially the same species, just one has logic and has suppressed emotion, and the other is logical and almost savage and cunning and born sort of villainous or whatever. And I think that's a mistake. So the way that I see it in more of a science-based idea, which would be the establishing of the people who are writing TNG to express that number one, Vulcans are from different planets, not just they're not just Vulcanian. They reached out to other planets and developed on other worlds. That there are offshoots, so they've developed like the difference between like a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien, and that they are significantly physically different. It's not just a matter of temperament or reigning in like colon R. You know what I mean? So, but I think that the confusion exists because of poor writing. But I use the Who Watches the Watchers as the litmus test for that. So, and I encourage you to stay to your guns on that, as all of the Star Trek lore is beginning to change by, and I beg your pardon for using profanity, but by bullshit writing. And they're rewriting and retconning it until it doesn't make sense, until it almost seems silly. And if you are a tried and true, dyed in the bone Star Trek fan, you know that every time they try and retcon, they're making Star Trek look silly, like none of it has any cohesion, and that it's all dumb. So hold on to your TOS, and you can fill in everything from TOS with Who Watches the Watchers, which is just cherry perfect, beautiful. Anyway, and that's the way I look at it. Sorry for interrupting, Clubby.
All right. Well, let's see if we can. Mark, anything to say about the segment so far?
No, I just love this whole setup here with they're creating something new, right? They're not rehashing something. So you've got this Vulcan pre-logic settlement that's on another isolated planet. So it's reminds you a little bit of the Khan being marooned, I guess, in some ways, but it's not directly that.
Yeah.
But it's just nice to have an original story that fits in with the universe, and it's believable too, right? You can believe this could have happened. So that's what I like about it.
It is very good setup.
Jill, I love you. I was actually answering it just more widely because I believe in a couple of chats now it's been mentioned, and I haven't been able to get to it because it takes a minute to unpack it, and I didn't want to derail the show. But now, since it's like the third time that it's been brought up, and different people have different questions and different people have varying opinions on it, I just wanted to just say, because it keeps getting brought up. It wasn't really you. It was like multiple people talking about it. So sorry about that.
So basically, it looks like a pretty dire situation. Pike is concerned. He can't call the Enterprise. They're in pretty bad shape. And again, we've had basically kind of an action-packed thing going on here where the Enterprise has been boarded by a bunch of Vulcans. But you know what? Humans don't care. Don't mess with number one. The humans are going to fight back. We don't care how tough Vulcans are.
But do you notice that she's not knocking out these giant men who have 5 to 10 times the human strength that she would have? She's not doing it with her fists. I love that she gets down on the ground and just starts kicking. And she means business. I think it's great. I love watching her take down the guy with one kick to the back, just right in the meat of his thigh. She just takes him down like a sack of potatoes. It's great.
The other chick takes out of. I mean, Vulcans are supposed to be pretty strong, but
they are.
And yikes! This Vulcan's so pissed off. He had to have himself some Hershey's cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream. Do they still make that?
I don't know. And then we got this guy here. He's going to get to do some fighting. Basically, it is an action-packed issue, but it's action. Well, it's deserved. This story, it makes sense. Just like the original series had action sequences and violence when it fit the story. It wasn't every episode. It wasn't, but sometimes it could be pretty rough. And this is the kind of thing you would see, on the original series, which is really the best compass to go by, which is the best. So they've taken over the ship, Mr. Tyler. Call up the frequency modulation for the Cortez shields. Lieutenant Mahan is ready. All photon torpedoes. So basically, they steady CEOs, Lieutenant, not show our hand just yet.
Captain, the prefix code is 16309.
Nice. Excellent. Torpedoes full spread. So they basically took their shields down.
He's highly intelligent. He might have changed the prefix code.
He's intelligent.
Mark.
Yes, but he's not that smart. He wasn't that smart. So back on the planet, basically they were talking about a very dangerous weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That Vulcan. That even it's funny how Spock knows about this Vulcan, even though it's like that. This weapon, it was outlawed by Vulcan due to Vulcan enlightenment. Well, these Vulcans don't believe in enlightenment.
Yeah. But isn't this also like when I was reading this, I was struck by the fact that somebody from Enterprise read this comic, because in Enterprise we have a weapon like this. Well, we have a weapon like this that is being sought. Remember what episode is that again? Forget what that episode
Wait a minute.
is.
You're talking about an episode where there was a weapon. Was that in the third season? That one with the 3-parter when they're in the desert.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, it was called.
And it's
is that the one they play volleyball in the desert?
No, that's the earlier season.
No, this is like when prior to Kolinar, they harnessed a weapon where you would basically need Kolinar in order to be able to control it, and it could exact a certain type of energy that was misunderstood. It would either wind up being focused enough to kill an individual or a number of individuals, or basically like wipe out a planet. And so that's one thing that I loved about this particular issue, is that this issue showed that the people on Enterprise, which I'm a huge fan of, Clubby and I are always defending it, that they read this comic and they were doing some tie-ins and tie-backs. They were doing their homework. And so I loved being able to connect to this weapon again.
Yep. They found something. I mean, obviously this was done before Enterprise, so yeah, they must have read this comic.
Yeah.
My mouse is being a butt nuts. All right. So basically, Pike and Spock in the game are concerned for number one, but they can't do much for the moment. Federation is a peaceful coalition.
That's exactly what a good writer does, especially a science fiction author. So yeah, I really love it.
Yepper. Federation is a peaceful coalition of worlds in a mutual quest for knowledge. We are all equals. You are only equal in death. Enough discord. But understand, I'm concerned for my crew. Is there no way to contact them? Yep. So anyway, he allows him to contact her, doesn't he? Let's see here. It's been a couple weeks since I've reread this one. Surely, if our ground stations broke through, then accept our offer graciously. Accept our offer graciously, Chris.
Yeah.
It's wise not to bait her.
Yep.
Okay, so. First officer's log supplemental and repairs are well underway. So they basically have repelled the Vulcan borders. That's pretty good.
We also get some juice here on the previous page. And we've Clubby and Mark and I, we've been talking about the breadcrumbs. So we get a bit of more breadcrumbs here, because we have Tikel saying to her guards, watch them, the physician especially, he is more than he appears. So we know that there's that little thing developing.
Good night, Tetrarch. Good night, Tetrarch.
Take care.
Thank you
for being
the
here.
Laughs. You were terrific tonight. Thank you for the laughs, and thank you for the conversation. So that's still developing, folks. So if you're wondering what's going on with Boyce, it's still developing, and they're leaving us breadcrumbs to follow.
5 dead in total, 29 injured, mostly puncture wounds and blood object traumas. They're stable for now, but some will require starbase hospitalization soon. So yeah, it was a rough one. It's a good thing they had the numbers.
Yep.
So this
region, next page.
This region's dense stellar radiation swamping us with sensor ghosts, and the Vulcans know it. Lieutenant, reroute all power to the shields and sensors. I want to see them coming. I want to see them coming next time. But the captain isn't the issue here. Our survival is. Yes, sir. He called her sir.
Yeah, I love this.
Janeway didn't like that.
Page. This is a nice page.
Oh yeah.
This is a very pretty
picture,
page.
that panel of Spock, because that's the best panel I think in the whole book.
What?
Yeah,
Which one?
Look at that likeness of Spock that's up right now.
There.
Oh
Look how
yeah,
amazing
that's what I mean.
That's
That's why I
A
love
plus
it.
plus plus plus. It's like
Yeah,
that's Leonard Nimoy right there, staring
right
back
top,
at
right
you.
there.
yeah, and I
That
love
should be a
the
poster.
yeah, and I love yeah, I agree. And I love his visage. Like I love how it's capturing the tension. And I also like how Spock is when Spock is deep in contemplation, he always seems to seek the shadows. And so it's very evocative of his true personality for his face to be so heavily shadowed as he contemplates what's happening. Because yeah, I don't think there's any better way to say it. When Spock is deep in contemplation and he feels as though he may be vulnerable or may make the wrong choice, he seeks the shadows, and we always have to pull him out of the shadow, so that he'll reveal what he's come to believe. Right. So I love the shadow on the face. Anyway,
That's a brilliant panel. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
he's
right?
basically saying here, folks, is Captain, my perspective on this is I like science and I love bacon. I eat some bacon all the time. Yes.
Oh God.
And I think
No!
I'm about to break out into song, Captain. Make no error, Tikel and her people are no different from us. We Vulcans have logic. Not. They really are a bunch of illogical bastards. Please, Captain, let's kill their. I'm sorry, Captain.
Did Spock likes my bacon wrapped meatballs?
He does. Well, I mean,
Yeah, Jill, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like if you're in a corporate writing room and you're struggling and you don't really know how to write canon and you don't really know what to write about, why are you going to Jane Austen? Why are you going to, The Wizard of Oz? Why are you going and looking at all of these other sources? Why not just go to something like this that the fans have already accepted, and maybe like remix it, or like find a way to work it into something that's workable for the modern version. I just don't understand what they're doing right now. Like what they're doing right now is complete and utter shite, and I wouldn't read it or watch it ever.
So basically, Spock decides that he hates this show so much he's going to sell all of his comics, and so he put them all. He pulled them on an ad in the Starfleet, in the Starfleet ad thingy.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man. Good evening, fine sir.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man. Canadian Spider-Man. He does whatever a Canadian spider can.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are, on the welcome, Captain, to the tabernacle of the phallic Vulcan sword.
Mm-hmm.
This is a shrine to our glorious martial past, the bloody history of the Vulcan race writ language. You are the first off-worlders ever to witness its grandeur. You should feel honored.
Mm-hmm.
That's not quite the word I had in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't anyone clean here? That is dried blood.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Tradition held. Tradition held. It seasoned the blades. Charming. Let's cut to the chase. Cottrell, shall we? Basically, it's time to get out of here. And so, anybody wants to take this?
Nothing stands out to me here. It was nice to see the setup for the weapon. Like I said, it was. I was blown away by the panel with Spock. I really liked the panel with Spock. I really liked the tiny little panel that was the breadcrumbs for telling us the thing with Boyce is still cooking, like it's still simmering. And I absolutely love the fact that they went back and did their homework for the weapon. So this gives you a visual of the weapon, and what it would have been like. And when we watch Enterprise with everyone, Clubby, for some people, that'll be their first go around. They're going to have all of this in their head if they're watching the Clubhouse and they're doing Enterprise with us. So I just love the visual. I think the visual is just outstanding. And at this point, you're still wondering, is Tikel, what is Tikel truly after? Because she seems diabolical enough that I'm never worried that she's going to kill everyone. I don't think that. I'm just trying to figure out what her bigger plan is, and it's going to be revealed.
With this, it is the Voral Tac, Captain, the world weapon. More than anything, it exemplifies the worst aspects of Vulcan's darkest age.
Mhm.
It employs a planet's gravitational field as a sonic amplifier, harnessing and channeling naked aggression into lethal force.
Mhm.
However, one was never built, as in theory, it could tear its host world apart.
Mhm.
Oh, it will, believe me.
They did
This
such a great job with
Tech escape.
Enterprise.
Yep.
They did such a great job with
Yeah.
Enterprise conveying this idea.
Yep. And she says, "Oh, it will, believe me. It should Tagot escape the Voral Tac. He will escape the Tagot. He will inherit a dead world, while we will be safely aboard the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
But that is not necessary. The Voral Tac components can be used to construct an impulse engine. You could leave this world to Tagot, and there can be an equitable solution. This genocide is not logical."
Mm-mm.
So I knock Spock out.
Yeah,
This is what we think of your logic, mongrel, Spock.
that's a nice panel. I know it's violent, and I shouldn't be, accentuating the
work.
violence, but I really like that panel where they knock out Spock. It's just very good. And the following panel where he's holding his head, I remember a couple of episodes where Spock did that. I really like that. I just think that looks really good.
When we triumphantly reach the homeworld, we will re-educate many of the old ways. But yours start now. Call him off to Kel. I'll concede to your demands, but I warn you, harm my people in any way, and I'll make you sorry. Sir, I'm picking up a vessel. It's a Federation shuttle. We're being hailed. It's the captain up on the channel. Captain, are you all right, sir? So he ends up. What's happening here? He's cleared the land, but then they get it, and the shuttle gets attacked. Let me guess, the Cortez. So he's under attack by what's his face, and they all get transformed into really crazy looking. Sorry,
What the heck is that?
Yeah.
I'm afraid I don't know.
What's that? Yeah.
So
Look at this next page. Oh my God!
nice stuff
hey?
here. And she must have used the stun's dense stellar radiation as cover from our sensors. Yes, that would work. There's the shuttle. This is a beautiful page, right? Very Simonson.
Yeah, and it's also scale. It's so nice, like when you're having all of these intimate moments that you have scale. We get scale with a weapon, and just to show you how big that weapon is compared to the human beings. So you get this visualization. This is like the A-bomb. This thing is scary. And then with this one, I just like I like the perspectival shift and the scale. Now we're in space, right? And now it's time to figure out what we're going to do about the Cortez.
Yep. Major Artikel, in light of your current action, you surely realize Vulcan will never willingly accept your return. She said, and they will do so unwillingly.
Mm-hmm.
All is ready at the sword, Your Highness. Initiate Voral Tac.
Mm-hmm.
And may the gods speed us to glorious destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Commander,
you can see where Nemesis has borrowed some of the ideas here. Like when you see this initiate the Voral Tac, that panel, you can clearly see that Nemesis, the folks who did Nemesis, they got some ideas from here.
Dad Man, what's up, dude?
Hey, Dad Man.
Hey, buddy. I'm reading a massive energy signature from the surface. My lord, it's from the Tabernacle. Is she insane?
Yeah.
Helm evasive maneuvers. By the gods, Catil, what have you done?
Yeah.
That's not going to buff out.
No, that's not going to buff out.
She blasted the Cortez. Report number 1. Darian's disintegrating fast. The entire mantle is shattered and sinking into the magma layer.
Mm-hmm.
Magma. And
liquid hot
sir,
magma.
we still can't revive the others. There's too much interference. And this is the number one, but there's no way I'm leaving them behind. So he goes, of course, Kirk goes, I'm sorry, Pike takes the ship down. It's 6 and 1/2 goes to the other in that case. And basically they go down there to pick everybody up.
Yep.
So what happened?
It's a nice page. That first panel is pretty darn cool looking.
Spock, heed me. I know what you think. Think of us, but we are not evil. We simply feel. To love, to hate, to lie, to cry. These things make life rich, worth living. They define us. If we forsake emotion, we forsake our true selves. I meant no disrespect. Basically, she kind of just blew it all up, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you, see that first panel? Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
He's excellent.
That's science fiction imagination right there. Just
Great
fires the imagination. It's just beautiful. Yeah, this one was a good episode. This was a good issue.
So she basically self-destructed.
She looks like self-delete. Yeah. Remember, Spock,
in the end,
who we were and why we died here. We were the last of the all cities. Remember, I shall remember. Everyone's aboard, accounted for, Captain. All temperatures are critical. I can take a hit, mister. Take us out of here, full thrusters. So later, Captain's log supplement of the Enterprise has taken a serious pounding. Nothing in overall and some R&R won't put right. However, not all of our problems can be so easily solved.
And what did you think of that lighter panel? The first thing that jumped out to me is Katra. You know,
right? You mean the next panel?
No, when we go up to
right there. Oh yeah, look.
Yeah, that's Katra.
He transferred. She transferred her Katra to him
for sure. Yeah, right.
Yep. I wonder if he went to Mount Salea after that.
I hope so.
Well, there he is. Hey, he's talking. My Katra is pretty good. Hers is really great. I like Katras, but I really like Katras and singing about Katras and bacon. Captain, would you like for me to sing about bacon and Katras?
Clobby, I'm going to rover you. Your agonizer, please. Clobby, you have to go to the agony booth. I'm sorry.
Well, but he likes things.
Away Spock. With you. Go to the agony booth.
Fun guy, Spock,
Larry beaming out. Don't leave, Larry. I love you. Don't leave.
Don't leave us, Larry.
Hey, K-Dog broadcasting.
Hey, K-Dog.
Stick around for the bacon wrap meatballs, Larry.
Wait, what's up there? Hey. Hey, come on, back me up, Jill. Don't you like science too? What is that there? Are you out of your freaking mind?
Well, you said bacon.
Wait a minute. What?
Thank you, Jill.
Are you nuts?
He's getting what he deserves.
I'm making everyone hungry at this late hour.
No eatery crap. I can't believe you did that. Well, I'm doing a comic here. We're trying to be professional.
I'm starving.
Of course.
Shooter, you're not helping.
May I ask what I'm interrupting? Okay, so he's talking about the closest human term would be a purification ritual. I'm purging the last of my human emotions, although allowing my intellect and logic to take their proper place in my thought process of how much I love bacon. I mean, sorry, it's not your concern, Captain. You stupid ass. Whoa, it's not your concern, guys. Spock, I can imagine what you're going through. It's not concerned, Captain. I have witnessed firsthand why my people abandon conflict and for cold reason. For the first time, I now understand the path I must follow, but I'll still have some bacon every once in a while and sing songs.
I don't like that panel. I don't like that panel. I think it looks like his nose is bleeding. I don't like that panel at all.
Well, they got in a hurry.
Did you see it? Did you see it? Go back up.
What?
And show it.
What?
Look at his nose.
Could blame the inker.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That's the inker. Yeah.
Yeah, like
it's anchor, not the
anchor.
He's trying to get the shadow there, and it failed.
Passion kills, Captain. Logic does not. That's very Spock.
Yeah, except for the bacon eating.
And of course, yeah, he does he still loves bacon. I mean, and he still sings a lot.
I have a request. Would you
Yes.
please read the letter from Jacob Gilbert on
No.
Early Voyages, letter to the editor,
No.
please, sir? There's a
No.
letter from a gentleman by the name of Jacob Gilbert. He is from
All
Troy,
right.
New York.
All righty.
Thanks,
Find it.
boss.
Okay,
There it
dear
is.
editor. I suppose the death of Cusack in Early Voyages number 3 is just an excuse to substitute one Irishman for another. And somewhere down the road, Scotty will beam aboard, since there will be a transitory period where bit by bit the rest of the classic Trek crew will begin to appear, joining Spock. Everything else is so cliched, right down to the traitorous wench, who had charmed Pike, but then whacked Cusack and showed her true colors.
Okay, now this is interesting because the editor's wrong. So please read the editor's response.
Okay. Jakob. That's the way Jack Kirby pronounced his real name, was Jacob. Jakob. Even in the unlikely event that we would seek to fill Mr. Cusack's nationality requirements rather than his position, how about that, Colt? Now, we would be unable to replace him with the above-mentioned Mr. Scott, as he is, well, Scottish. So rest assured that Mr. Scott and the rest of the crew will not be trickling slowly onto the Enterprise issue after issue. Mr. Spock is the only bridge officer to have served under both captains. Boy, howdy!
So
that's true.
So Jimmy Doohan,
Right.
James Doohan, is not Scottish, and so when Jacob Gilbert was mentioning that, he was mentioning having Irish representation in the comic. And so although James Doohan plays a Scotsman on Star Trek, he's Irish. He's from Ireland, and his parents moved to Canada. So he's Irish, and I believe that that's what Jacob actually really meant. Anyway, just
but
thought
one was talking about the character,
and one was talking about the representation of the Irish. Yes.
Well, none of these guys have obviously watched Strange Nude Worms, because they would know that the whole Enterprise crew should have done
probably have
at
by
one
now.
point. And they're probably gonna have a Gorn crewman pretty soon too, the way things are going.
Well, there we go, folks. There's our latest It's You of Star Trek: The Early Voyages. We will have another one next week, of course. Number 7, actually. So
I'm excited to read it. I'm a little bit nervous about taking it out of the package, but I think
watch this tape. Watch the tape.
I will watch the tape. You taught me well. Master. I will master mark it, I promise. And I'm not even wrecking the tape anymore. Like, I'm actually
there's an art to it. Yeah, there's a trick to it there.
I'm learning.
So basically, resealable bags.
Yes, I know. As soon as the budget will allow. If you stopped finding me things to cosplay at every convention I go to, I might be able to afford those bags. Mark.
Damn it, Mark.
Damn it, Mark. No, actually not. Damn it, Mark. I love you. Anyway.
So, everyone. So basically, here's the recap. Blue Beetle sucked. Tales tomorrow. We give it 2 high ratings and 1 low rating. The project UFO, Jerry Anderson's UFO. We all loved that episode, of course.
Yep.
Now, on this episode of Early Voyages, what would you give this issue? Number 1.
I would give this issue an A+++. I love it, but I did learn something from this. I did learn what HB and Fanti and Mark, and obviously you, because you're the grand poobah, have said about inkers and about inking, and about how, like, sometimes the art is like really incredible and sometimes there are faults in the art. And so in this episode, I call it an episode. I love it so much. I call it an
That's
episode.
fine.
I'm so
That's
sorry.
perfectly
HB.
fine.
But in this issue, we saw a depiction of Leonard Nimoy as Spock that was so beautiful. I completely concur with Mark. The minute I read this comic, it jumped out to me of, wow, I wish we could have that like as some type of poster. Like it's almost like Ortiz level. It's so nice. Like you wish that it was like a poster edition. And then we see that later image of Spock in his robe, and his face is totally distorted, and you take a second glance and you're like, is that blood coming out of his nose? But he was fine. He got knocked on his back. He didn't get knocked in the face. And so upon first reading, you're like, And so I didn't really know what you were all trying to teach me before about how, like, I thought you guys were splitting hairs. I thought it's just because you guys are fussy experts. And the more expertise you have, the more fussy you become. At least that's my experience as an academic. And so I thought you guys were being fussy, and you're not. I learned my lesson today about all of the things you guys have been teaching me for 2 years about how the art can be good and how every stage of the production of the art matters in order to convey the best product possible. And we had 2 examples from really good and that's unfortunate in one issue. So I really enjoyed it for that purpose. I also loved the tie-in to the Enterprise. I love the Boyce stuff. And I love this episode. I loved this issue. I thought it was terrific. And I just want to thank you again. I know you're out teaching lots of people about comics, and you're asked to go on all these shows to be this expert where you talk about all these things. But I just want to thank you again for giving me this little time in your life to teach me about this and to show it to me, because I'm having a ball and I love you. So A++, beautiful, plus. Thank you for everything that you taught me and what you were trying to teach me about the art. That's it.
Thank you, Marco.
I really like this comic. I'm giving it an A- only because I thought the ending was a little bit too quick there at the end. The way they got wrapped up, would have liked
Good night,
a few
Donnie.
more pages there.
Good night, Don.
Good night, Donnie.
Night, Don.
But overall, it's a great 2-parter, and yeah, as Raquel said, this you could picture this being on on a TV show, and it's too bad that what we're getting on Strange New Worlds doesn't follow any of this stuff, and but this feels so true to the characters. That's why it works so well. It's and it's fun to hear Raquel really enjoying this and seeing why we love comics so much. They're little mini movies in your mind. That's how it works for me when I read a comic, when you really get into it. And at some points you can imagine the motion, the motion happening. Your imagination kicks in, and the ships are so well drawn. Now, unfortunately, later on, the art, the artist does change on this series, some of the issues or episodes, as you call them. But the art so far has been phenomenal, and really adds to the storytelling. So if you haven't read these, go out and read them. And it's just a shame that we're not getting good stories like this today. But it's really good. Oh, and Jill just gifted a Clobbering Times membership.
She did not. Jilly.
I don't know if that shows up on the members.
Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Jill.
Appreciate that, Jill. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You're too kind, my dear.
Very good.
I'll give it definitely. I'll give it I think an A- as well. Great stuff. I think that it's tough to do a 2-parter that few pages and stuff, but it's just I'm loving the hell out of these. So, all right. Well, let's number 1. Let's get out of here. You take over and give it any final words you may have, and we'll get a move on so we get everybody going.
Thank you so much for tonight. I had a ball. All right, everyone. Hail to the chat. Thank you so much for your lovely conversations, your jokes, your knowledge, your just everything that you are. You are such wonderful conversationalists, such wonderful friends. Thank you for supporting Clobberin Times. Thank you for supporting the Clubhouse, Saturday Night Star Trek, Mark's channel. Just you guys are just such a great group of people, and I'm so honored to spend this time with you. Thank you for the conversation. I just enjoy it immensely. I want to thank all the wrenches. Thank you for helping to build this community, to build this channel. And I like to use the word community, although I'm not quite sure it fits, because of the way that the wrenches behave with people who are in our chat. Just giving these people a sense of belonging and letting people know that they can jump into the conversation whenever they want. And I really love that about our wrenches. And I really love that about this channel. So I got to shout you out and say thank you for helping to build that sense of community and making people feel welcome here. I have a new book coming out. I'm currently writing the 6th story. I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that I will have it for everyone and available on Amazon by December. But everyone is pre-reading it. You know where they're pre-reading it? On Patreon, where they told me to go. And I listened. The community said, you need to do this. And I listened. And so I want to thank the 17 people who stepped forward and said, we want to get you over the finish line with this book, Raquel. We're going to help you get your book launches done. We're going to help you to get your advertisements out there. We're going to help you with your book. And I love these people. These are the finest human beings. And I'm so grateful to have them in my life. And I'm so grateful for their readership and their support. They are Larry, I love you, baby. You know I do. You are such an outstanding gentleman. Thank you for being my friend and for everything that you do for me and all of my friends. I see what you do in our community. You are an outstanding human being. Tony Stark. Sean Carter from Mars. So excited for the NX01. Thank you, my friend. Give Dex a boop. Cardinal Sin. Shoota. Pew, pew. Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K, and his magnificent trusty dusty dog Kirby. We share that dog. I love that dog. Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom. Thanks again for the beautiful book and for supporting my work. I love you guys. What a power couple you are. Mark D with a C and your beautiful family. Thank you for being friends with all of us. And of course, Jilly Jill. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. Maxima Redstone. JJ Kirk. Dadman and the Dadman clan. Lord and Lady Thoth, of course, and Little Lance, our very own Porthos, as well as Rob Altis. I want to give a shout out to my buddy. This guy is like my bud. I'm telling you, it's totally my bud. Mark D with a C. Not only is this guy funny and kind and cool, and he shares all of our interests, but he's just a cool cat. You got to follow him. Go find him on his Patreon. He makes a beautiful doomsday machine. He makes beautiful things from fandom that no one else can make. The guy is just, he's so talented. He also has a YouTube channel. CLOBBERIN over there. All the cool people are over there because who wouldn't want to hang around with Mark? Follow my buddy. You will never, ever regret it. He is so kind, so knowledgeable, so fun and gracious. You're going to have a great time. And last but certainly not least, my captain, Mike Clobby Alonso. I love you so much. You're one of the greatest friends I've ever had in my life. I wish we lived closer. Thank you for this space. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for drawing all of these people together and giving us interesting things to talk about. I will never find enough words to thank you for this little light in my life that you created. You are the best, and I adore you. And especially thank you for Early Voyages. I mean, you brought a lot of stuff into my life. You're a pretty dynamic, intelligent, deep and complicated guy. You know lots about lots. And so I don't want to diminish our friendship by not saying that, but gee, Wally Wiggers, mister, I sure love Early Voyages. Thank you for your knowledge. I love you, baby.
Love you.
Mwah.
Nice. Thank you so much. Mark, any closing words?
Oh, thank you, Raquel, for that. It's so nice every time to hear that, and much appreciated. And everyone go support Raquel on Patreon if you can, or just follow Raquel on Patreon. You can also do a follow. I'll be having the clubhouse this weekend. Great to hang out with Mike and Dadman and whoever else shows up. But hopefully Steve Mitchum can be there, and
you mean the Geekery?
And the Geekery, Sunday Night Geekery on Sunday night. Yep, and looking forward to. Yep, there you go. And I'm looking forward, of course, to Saturday Night Star Trek. Should be another great episode. Great time hanging out with everyone. And spoiler warning, I do know how they defeat the Gorn and Strange Nude Worms. So they offer them. they offer them bacon wrapped meatballs, and then the corn go away peacefully, and they go back to Cestus the 3 there. So that's how that ends. So Spock gives them bacon wrapped meatballs. So yeah, but there will be some foodery on Sunday night. Maybe not too much, but thank you, Raquel, and thank you, Clobbering Times. Another great fun time at the clubhouse, and thank you to the chat. You guys are amazing, and it just you guys know so much about what we're talking about too. So it's a lot of fun to read the chat. We always can't respond to everything in the chat, but we try to, at least acknowledge it or read it when we can. But yeah, great conversations, and I guess don't go see Blue Beetle. It pains me because
don't do that.
It's just I want to get that issue number 5 up in value to help pay for my kids' college, but I guess it's not going to happen. Ain't gonna happen. Well, they were indicting capitalism in the movie, so I guess it can be. But
stick to your principles, folks.
Stick to your principles. Yeah. Well, if you want to go see it, right? What am I gonna say? But
don't worry.
I didn't have popcorn. I ordered pretzels today. But the pretzels are pretty good. But,
popcorn.
Yeah, they had one of those big pretzels.
Popcorn.
Yeah, they had those big pretzels. My buddy didn't want popcorn today, so I'm like, am I going to eat a whole large popcorn by myself? I'm like, no, I'll get a big pretzel.
Oh, hell
yeah. Best thing about it.
Today.
Yeah,
eat the whole damn thing by yourself.
I love movie popcorn.
And I gotta say thank you to my Patreons. So thank you to Shooter, Brian Hepburn, Rob Altus, and Larry. And guys, let me know if you ever you're supposed to get a sticker, I guess, at different levels. And if anyone ever, I should post that on Patreon. I wonder if anyone's gotten anything, or I think you have to maybe wait another couple months. I'm not sure, but there's some merch you get too, or at different levels. So, but thank you guys for that. Much appreciated. And yeah, looking forward to having a great weekend and hanging out with you guys in the chat and Saturday Night Star Trek.
All righty then. Quick show notes, everyone. Tomorrow night on J-Man's channel, 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern. He and J-Man and Decepticon and I begin covering Kirby's Fourth World in order, starting with Jimmy Olsen. So we're gonna do it all the Kirby. Be clear, Kirby's Fourth World. So that cuts out a lot of stuff, but still going to be a lot to cover. And then the comic shop boys and I, if I'm able to make it over there, 8:30 p.m. They're going to be Nicholas's channel, of course, the Great 32 Flavors. Our buddy Nick are going to be. Hey, Lisa, good to see you. We're going to be reviewing Timothy Zahn's Star Wars Heir to the Empire comic adaptation. Then of course Saturday night Star Trek, 4 episodes kicking off season 2 of Star Trek Voyager. Looking forward to that. We're having so much fun with all of you. Thank you for who's been joining us, who's been hanging out with us, and can't wait to see you all. And then yes, Sunday Night Geekery, where we will geek around on 10 p.m. Eastern on Mark's great channel, and maybe even eat a little bit. Who knows? Probably gonna be some going on, and then I'll be back over at J-Man's channel for as we do 3 times out of the month, chronicling our Legion of Superheroes from the beginning to the end, Silver Age through Bronze, of course, with Sean. So, and then of course I'll have, since it is Jack Kirby month on Clobbering Times, I'll do my own show. It'll be Kirbyus. It's not so sure what yet. So I'm going to thank the wrenches real quick. Then we're going to get out of here. The great Eric K, Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thoth and Lady Thoth, J-Man, Hungry Boy, Kal-El, Maddie's Daddy, Fad the Outsider, and Max Red Stone, and everyone else. And it's good to see you there. Good to see you there, Lisa. Thank you all so much. And have a great weekend. And good night, everybody. Trek on.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Brain and brain. What is brain?
I just love clobbering time.